Alright, and yeah, welcome back to another Dungeons and Dragons character update stream. Because I mentioned before, I'm kind of. Excuse me, I just had lunch. Professional. Yeah, I'm thinking of making. I'm thinking of making this a regular thing, and it won't just be like me updating characters, because there have been a few projects I've been meaning to do. Like, I would like to do like a 5th edition version of City Beyond the Gate, where a party of adventurers are sent to London, England in 1985 to reclaim the Mace of St. Cuthbert from the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. And that was actually mentioned in the previous Dungeon Matches guide under Crossing the Streams about, you don't have to play fantasy. You can have elements from all over, right? So yeah, I think like a 5th edition update, but still keeping it in 1985 would be interesting. But beyond that, though, so yeah, I kind of want to put this focus on my Drow Blackguard Variolus Baenre. But before I get to her, I do kind of want to show off the progress I made on updating Quintessa, because she is my favorite. And I can kind of use her as a template of sorts. And to start things off, I've actually updated the character sheet. Let me phrase that. I've updated the form fillable PDF, right? Because in the past, I always like to have the spell's page numbers right aligned on the side. But because this is not a fixed width font, I would have to use not just like regular spaces. I would have to use like thin spaces and hair spaces. And granted, this is a Courier. This is a fixed width font. It's not a really good indicator of what I'm trying to talk about. But my point is, yeah, I would get very obsessed about trying to line things up. And I got tired of it. So what I actually did was I shortened each of these forms and realign them when necessary, and then I create a second set of forms just for the page numbers. Oops. Yeah. So this way it'll always be right aligned, right? The downside to that, however, is that I cannot right align the little reference marks anymore. So I kind of just, since it's like an auto-sizing font, again, I just kind of pumped a whole lot of spaces into the section to make the font smaller. Like if I take them out, it gets bigger, right? But other than that, though, and in the case of Quintessa, so she has her 6 base sorceress spells, sorcerer cantrips, I should say, plus the 2 from Magic Initiate. And so, taking into account the new Sorceress Burst spell, the Elementalism spell, and basically choosing, Elementalism and Prestidigitation for wizard cantrips. Picking Mage Armor for her first level wizard spell, so she can cast that once per day without using a spell slot, but she can still cast it with other slots if necessary. She has the new 5 first level only ritual spells from the new version of the Ritual Caster feat. She still has her Dwemer Guard spell from my Player's Guide to Saltmarsh, which, yeah, I'll probably have to be updating that at some point. She got the new Arcane Vigor spell. Got counter spell from her Arcane Negation Homebrew subclass feature, which I'm thinking of actually swapping that out. I mean, because I'm thinking of maybe replacing Arcane Negation with something based on the cooperative spell Meta Magic from 3rd edition, where 2 or more casters could cast the same spell at the same time to boost its power. In which case, counterspell would just be treated as a normal spell, and then I'd probably just get rid of Magic Missile to keep the base 18 spell count accurate. And of course, taking use of her Ancient Magic class feature to learn some wizard spells beyond Ritual Caster, right? Or Magic Initiate. So she got Fabricate, she got Scrying, which I'm not sure if her Diamond Ring counts. It's the right price point, but she got Summon Fiend, which seems appropriate for a chaotic evil sorceress who speaks Abyssal. Raj Arcane, Mind Blank. And granted, I'm thinking maybe changing the name for Ancient Magic too. Actually, Ancient Magic, Arcane Negation, Arcane Community. So I kind of want to. I should probably come up with something a bit more clever than these names. But yeah, Ancient Magic is just combine most of her two first level features: the ability to learn wizard spells as sorcerer spells, and gaining Arcana as either a skill or, in her case, if you already have proficiency in it, you gain expertise in it. Yeah, Arcane Commune is pretty much fine as is. It's based on the spell pull feature from the Mage of the Arcane Order. She got her new human feature, Heroic Inspiration. You should probably... Yeah, I think I want to check out my mic. I'm pretty sure I'm on. I add a little bit of a lore blurb here to kind of give a background to the subclass feature and why I made it, right? Knowing that in the days of the Sul Imperium and the Baglunish Empire, sorcerers were the predominant arcane casters. Otherwise, her equipment's basically the same. I just, I should say rewrote it to match the current... I don't want to just say current text, like... The way they have things written now, like spell names and magic item names are pretty much all capitalized now. And since I can't italicize anything with a form, I just use quotations. And of course, they talk about using magic actions instead of just an action, so I had to take that into account. I did actually change her wine. I think previously she had Lucopod, I think it was called, from Sul Imperium Age of Glory, an old 2nd edition adventure. But I just replaced it with Pollen Rose from the same adventure, so... And of course, taking into account her new innate sorcery ability, the Sorcery Incarnate upgrade, the changes to her either creation or conversion, no action required. Otherwise, these basically behave the same. She's got an added mana magic now, because now she has 4 instead of 3. So I thought extend the spell would be good, This way, Dark Vision will now be 16 hours, Mage Armor will be 16 hours, so basically cast it once and she's good to go. And this is going to be important for Variolus later on. Yeah, adamantine weapons are now just their own separate magic items. They're not just an addition to an existing item. Like, because previously you take an item and add 500 gold pieces and you can make it adamantine. So Quintessa cannot have a +1 adamantine dagger. Now it's just an adamantine dagger. Yeah, and the reason that's important is because Variolus has, adamantine half-play, which, the rules don't change for that, but a +3 adamantine elven curve blade, which is a custom weapon, and a +1 adamantine dagger. So, yeah, people believe it or not, the Drow actually have a lot of historical usage of adamantine, going all the way back to 1st edition. So if I wanted to keep those weapons as is, I had to drop the enhancement bonuses, which is a shame. Other than that, got the rules for Sorceress Burst, gave her a Thunderclap, because I want something small in terms of ability that could fit in this little space. Got the Quick Ritual ability. Oh yeah, since the Ritual caster fee doesn't need a spell book anymore, I dropped that. I also dropped some of her languages, and that's mostly just tidy things up a bit and to make more room for these, reference points, right? So she got Abyssal, Ameti, Ancient Suloise, Draconic, English, and the Oxford dialect, which is like another way of saying received pronunciation. So, very fancy. The Elvish tongue, Olven Vodka, as the Flan would call it. The Overkeen's common tongue. Tharasta, the common tongue of Faerun, because I'm not dealing with the concept of common being some universal language. Because Trade Phoenicia is the common tongue of Earth from Gary Gygax's Dangerous Journeys role-playing game, and, arguably English is the common tongue of Earth, right? And, I want to note what skills and tools and whatnot came from where. So the skilled feat, the skilled expert feat, the training option from the Dungeon Master's Guide, which used to be in the player's handbook, but now it's not. And of course, knowing that ancient magic gives her expertise in Arcana. So that still stays the same. And of course, she has her added skills. And yeah, that's basically it. Just went from the Scion of the Sul Imperium to just Sorcerer, Ancient Sorcery. Can keep things simple and in line with the new rule set. Yeah, just kind of back up through the history section here. Unfortunately, there's no option to clear your view history in this program, so if I want to clear it out, I have to close the program and start all over again. But yeah, I kind of just want to give a final overview of the 2024 version of Quintessa. Again, to use as a template, and like I said, I do kind of want to replace the arcane negation feature. The idea being that if she negates a spell, the target's only her, and she casts counterspell using sorcery points instead of a spell slot. She bounces it back at the caster. I feel like it's a little bit overly complicated, and if necessary, she can always just find an arena of spell returning. I think it was called. Basically, does the same thing. Yeah, with arcane, not arcane commute, but with the cooperative spell meta magic feat. Yeah, the idea was that you would ready an action, which was a thing you could do in 3rd edition, so like hold your turn, and then when an adjacent ally was about to cast a spell, and you also have access to that same spell, you would both cast it at the same time, and this would increase the spell save DC, your caster level check, say in case you want to overcome spell resistance, which is not really a thing in 5th edition. And you can actually do this for like multiple characters. You get like a bunch of characters all casting the same spell at once, which depending on the spell is not all that useful. Like you're not really going to cast like a cooperative fireball where you just have 2 characters cast 2 separate fireballs in like say two different directions, right? But on the other hand, okay, one direction. As I mentioned, I gave Quintessa the scrying spell, which is a spell I plan on giving her in 3rd edition. I think greater scrying, which actually didn't require a material component if I remember correctly. Yeah, that one's heavily based on caster level save DC, so like you probably would want a powered up scrying spell in case you really need to target someone and you want to hedge your bets on that. And like, of course, the issue being is like, how do you make a balance, right? Like, okay, you could probably, again, you boost spell save DC, you could probably boost the spell attack roll. And I'm thinking, maybe boosting the spell levels, like say 2 5th level scrying spells become 1 6th level. Because it actually used to be a feat like that in 3rd edition, where you'd sacrifice 2 low level spell slots to instantly gain 1 spell slot of a level higher. So it's kind of a combination of that. But I might just limit it to 2 characters per action, because I don't think you want to go too overboard with that. Just start casting a whole bunch of 9th level spells and turn them into some 11th level spell. I'm gonna have to give that idea some work. But it's basically where I am with Quintessa, so I'm not sure what else I can say without repeating myself. Now, Variolus, again, she's also going to be kind of a tricky character, like, because she technically doesn't use a homebrew subclass like Quintessa does, because she's pure 5th edition, but there were some house rules involved. So she's based on the Oathbreaker from the original 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, the anti-paladin. But I didn't really play her as an Oathbreaker, just more like a quote-unquote paladin in service of Lloth, the demon-queen of spiders. Like, if Corellon Larethion, the god of the elves, the primary god of the elves, has his paladins, Lloth, effectively being his opposite, would have her anti-paladins, right? And there actually was a 3rd edition prestige class. I'm going to go back to 3rd edition a lot. It's called the Drow Judicator, which is basically a Drow-themed Blackguard. And I actually make reference to that in her background. And to kind of add a bit more flavor, at the time I played as her, I asked my DM, could I alter her Divine Smite so that instead of dealing radiant damage, it would deal necrotic damage, right? And instead of doing extra damage against fiends and undead, it would do extra damage against the Fae or Celestial, because why would a servant of fiends who works with the undead also deal bonus damage to them? It wouldn't make any sense, and be dealing radiant damage, right? Especially when you consider the Aura of Hate ability. You, as among any fiends and undead within 10 feet of you, gain a bonus to melee weapon damage rolls equal to your charisma modifier. Minimum of +1. How am I coming in? My voice feels really weak today. I don't know why. Sorry. Yeah, creature can benefit from this feature from only 1 Blackguard at a time. And so she got her supernatural resistance. You have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons. Channel Divinity. Control Undead. As an action, you target 1 undead creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The undead must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the undead must obey your commands for the next 24 hours, or until you use this Channel Divinity option again. An undead whose challenge rating is equal to or greater than your Blackguard level is immune to this effect. And actually, I think Blackguard was a type of like anti-paladin NPC and not the monster manual. I think it was like Volo's Guide to Monsters, actually. Let me look that up. I should have it down here. And I did just pick up a PDF for the new Dungeon Master's Guide. Although they put like the back cover near the front, so I'll probably have to fix that at some point. Yeah, here we go, Blackguard. Let's see. Blackguards are paladins who broke their sacred oaths and now indulge their own dark ambitions. They consort with fiends and undead, and they reject all goodly things from their former lives. Right? Yeah, and here's the dreadful aspect ability I mentioned before. I think I mentioned it. And, there's a similar prestige class in 3rd edition, which I really like. That's basically why I want to play her as a Blackguard instead of your typical Drow cleric. And yeah, one thing I noticed in the player's handbook is that Drow no longer have sunlight sensitivity, so this whole thing is just going to drop. And likewise, backgrounds no longer have their own unique features. Which, yeah, something I should have mentioned. Yeah, she doesn't have a homebrew class, but she does have a homebrew background, the Menzoberranyr Noble, which is influenced by the Wardavian Noble from the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. Because I figured, a Drow living in like the Drow matriarchal theocracy isn't going to live the same way as like I'm going to say a noble living in the Drow matriarchal theocracy is not going to live the same way as your typical noble in the surface world, right? And I didn't want to take advantage of this Underdark experience feature from Out of the Abyss, but features don't exist anymore, so that's gone. But actually, with that said, I actually have gone ahead and trying to update her background to the new rule set to try and make it align. So, for example, there's no more racial or species ability score increases. That gets tied to your background. So, since the women of Drow nobility typically become clerics, and the men of Drow nobility to become warriors or wizards, I decided that the 3 ability scores they focus on would be dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom. And of course, dexterity also represents that elves traditionally were more agile than other races, typically got a dexterity bonus. So I'm still kind of harkening back to that. Likewise, you start with the feat, so since Drow are heavy into magic, I figured magic initiate would probably make the most sense. And while most backgrounds offer a choice of only one, like wizard or druid, I figured again, going with cleric or wizard would make sense because they are a highly sex differential society. It's probably not the right phrase, but basically women have their role and men have their role. You really don't get a whole lot of crossover. And skill proficiency, same as I had before. Deception and stealth, figure makes the most sense. Drow have their own poison, which is now called Lloth's Sting, so I think it's the first time it's been given a proper name. So, of course, 2 proficiency Poisoner's Kit, right? And equipment, choose A or B. A being a holy symbol. Actually, I guess that should be... I know it's not really a thing anymore, but I hit Control A. I hate when I do that. An unholy symbol, fine clothes, perfume, 25 gold pieces, or B, 50 gold pieces. So in the Dungeon Master's Guide, they do have guidelines on how to create a custom background. And the rule is, B is basically 50 gold pieces. A is 50 gold pieces minus a few key items. Oh, welcome, Cypher. So I think before I really get any further into this and start screwing things up, yeah. How about I say this as a new file? So, Variolus Baenre, 2024. There we go. And yeah, I like my Drow like I like my coffee. Black and bitter. Like, I'm just... Again, this is me ranting again. I'm really not... Like, it's one thing to pick Drow, like, very dark blue or dark purple. Again, preferably dark gray. And sometimes dark brown skin, right? Actually, let me show an example so my ranting makes maybe a little bit of sense. Because, yeah, one thing I'm not keen on is them depicting Drow with, like, light gray skin. Where's the section on wizards? 58, let's go to page 60, probably. I thought this was the book that had the spell scener, but maybe not. Unless that was Tasha's Cauldron. Yeah, it might have been this one. Yep, Blade Scening, that's what it was. Wrong book. Yeah, so I mean, this one's not so bad. Well, I mean, to me it's bad, but I've seen worse, right? Oh, actually, do I have Mordecai's? Not Tome of Foes, but it was like Multiverse of Madness, I think it was. I don't think I do. Yeah, I got Fourth Edition's Magnificent Emporium. That's like a big magic item book. Yeah, that one was bad. That one had like, the Drow had like really, really light silvery gray skin, like almost like just very pale gray. And yeah, I'm against that because traditionally, and I know artwork has changed, but traditionally, Drow skin has been described using phrases like midnight black, glossy black, jet black, onyx, obsidian, pure darkness. Actually, you know what? Where's Drow the Underdark? Because they actually make a very specific point about that. Let's see. Something about appearance. New feet. No. Appearance 36. Yeah, it's about Drow settlements. Clothing. Here we go. All Drow have black skin. This is not the dark hue common to some humans, but true black, the color of onyx or pure darkness. Skin tone varies only slightly from individual to individual, perhaps appearing a shade lighter on one or faintly violent tinge on another when viewed under very bright light. In any case, these distinctions are both subtle and rare. The Drow show a little more variety in their hair color. Stark white is most common by far, but other pale shades such as light gray, silver, platinum blonde, and even the occasional fake golden blonde exist as well. Some male Drow, roughly 1 in 10, are capable of growing facial hair, and often wear elaborate mustaches and or goatees. Most Drow wear their hair long, though many soldiers choose to crop it, or in rare cases to shave bald to avoid providing easy handholds for the enemy. And yeah, as an example, like me being against certain artwork, where's second edition's Drow of the Underdark for the Forgotten Realms? Yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, let's... Right in the cover, like a light brown skin, I don't... Very fluffy hair. Let's see here. Okay. Drow vary in shape, features, and hair color as greatly as humans do. The only exception to this rule is their uniformly jet black skin. The few exceptions tend to be bone white albinos. The majority of Drow have snow white hair from birth, yellowing if female or graying if male, and thinning with great age. Rare Drow have naturally silver or copper-hued hair, although there are those who deliberately dye their hair silver. See the chapter on Drow religion on the Alastrea. Most Drow have red eyes, others have green, brown, or black, various shades of gray, even amber and rose-hued eyes are not unknown. All Drow eyes tend to grow redder when they are angry or upset. Yellow eyes usually denote illness, disease, poisoning, or the presence of certain detrimental magics. Now, this is going to be really interesting. Blue and purple, and all the tints thereof, are the most unusual eye colors. Wait, what? Okay, wow, I'm misunderstanding the spectator section. Yeah, are the most unusual eye colors and usually denote human or surface elven blood summoned in the Drow's ancestry. Okay, this is the point this is what I was trying to make reference to. Drow teeth may be black, white, or purple, and their gums, tongues, and throats pink, red, or purple. Okay, you know what? I know, again, this is kind of lore I would normally side with, but I can't imagine Drow having, like, purple teeth. Or black teeth. Okay, maybe black teeth, but purple teeth? I don't even know how that would work. Drow females tend to be bigger and stronger than males. Both sexes tend to be lithe, slim, and graceful in build, features, and movements, much as other elves appear to human eyes. Actually, you know what, while I'm here, 'cause I'll probably be needing this later. Where's the section on language? I might have to check the section on clothing as well, because they don't typically wear a whole lot. Okay, this isn't helping. Let's see here. Where is the... There we go. What is language? Page 95. Yeah, I was way off. Yeah, I'm going to be needing this later. Probably. But yeah, well, when creating my Drow Blackguard, I kind of want to go as traditional as possible. I mentioned in the description, I want to take the concept of Drizzt Do'Urden, the stereotypical male Drow rebel who fled his society, and I want to do the whole opposite of that. I want to go a by-the-books Drow who's all into the matriarchy and the Lloth worship and all that. Now, granted, Variolus' skin isn't, purely jet black either, so... But that's largely just because of my phone. Like, graphics on my phone come up, like, really dark and, like, really intense. Like, I don't want to say a high contrast or what, but, I kept it sort of light on my PC here, so it looks dark enough on my phone. Otherwise, you'd probably just see a silhouette. My phone's kind of weird like that. But otherwise, yeah. Polished obsidian skin is my favorite description for it. Platinum blonde hair. So again, it's kind of going with the whole idea that, a female Drow's hair yellows with age, so... And blood red eyes. And she's old enough to actually, I think, predate 3rd edition Forgotten Realms. Like, she would have been 2 years old when Variolus Baenre, the 2,000-plus-year-old matron of Menzoberranyr died, or was killed in battle. And yeah, she's actually quite tall for a Drow, because Drow, like a lot of elves, typically average like 5 feet in height. In fact, the previous matron of House Baenre, Yavanel's, I want to say eldest daughter, Triel, she was like under 5 feet tall. She was actually short for a Drow. And, considering that in the Lord of the Rings, elves tend to be really tall, it is kind of a mind screw. And this motto, do unto others first, so they cannot do unto you, comes from the Player's Guide to... Was that the Player's Guide to Faerun? Or it might have been the Races of Faerun from 3rd edition. And yeah, fairly slender, so like... to go over her background... But... Man, what is with my voice today? Born in Menzoberranyr on the 15th of Alliance, 1356 Dale Reckoning, the year of the Drow in the Black Chronology, which I think was like a variant of the Roll of Years used by the Church of Shar. I think normally it'd be the year of the Worm. You are the daughter of Zalthira of House Baenre, former commander of the Army of the Black Spider, and foremost cousin to the Dark Brood of Yavanel the Eternal. And she was a minor character in one of the novels. She only shows up in like one book. And she's basically set off on like a suicide mission, and you never hear from her again. But that would have happened, after this birth year. But that was kind of like my way to sort of cheat and make Variolus a part of House Baenre. Like make her just like the daughter of a distant cousin. Let's see. A child of politics, you grew up between two worlds. As a Baenre, you instilled fear and respect in others due to your family's millennial influence. Yet amongst your family, you were barely noticed, being far from the hereditary line of succession. Possessing your mother's physique and relentless drive, you were attracted to the spider swords of the Selvar Turklin, trained with both the High Priestess of Tinalith and the dreaded warriors of Melee Magthyr, transforming yourself into the perfect judicator to force Elam Shin, the will of Lloth. And yeah, I'm big on lore dumping. Because the Selvar Turklin would have been the clerics of Selvartarm, the spider who waits. Basically, like, I guess you could call him like Lloth's bodyguard, essentially. He refers to himself like Lloth's champion. There's like a lot of male Drow warriors who will worship him. Oh, welcome, Daniel. I mean, you're probably not the only one. I mean, it is a complex game. Although I'd say 5th edition is probably the easiest version so far. Especially when compared to like 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then 4th kind of did its own thing. It's really not Dungeons and... I mean, I had fun with 4th edition, but it's really not Dungeons and Dragons in the traditional sense. But yeah, since I want her to be a Blackguard, I figured I connect her to the Church of Selvatom to a degree, which again the Drow Judicator prestige class was as well. Actually, I might have to bring that up as well. And yeah, so mainly Magthyr is where the Drow nobles would go to learn to become warriors. Arak is where the Drow noble women would go to become priestesses of Lloth. So the idea is actually kind of divide her time evenly between them. Alright, now, this is going to be an interesting spot. Personal goal, Tangled Webs. You spent years doing the bidding of Matron Mother Quenthel, even forging an alliance with King Hecaton of the Storm Giants. Yet Quenthel claimed too much from the Abyss, and the Abyss claimed her in return, leaving the Sapphire Throne empty, save for one heir, her all-too-young niece Yavanna Faye Baenre, daughter of Quenthel's treacherous brother Gromf. With her father nowhere to be found, and breaking the earth aiding you from behind the scenes, little Yavanna Faye easily fell under your influence as you became her Duval, her secret advisor. Instructing the new matron mother of House Baenre, while you took up your mother's command of the army of the Black Spider. But as you consolidate your power, you find you get a chill when you look into Yavanna Faye's eyes. She has her grandmother's eyes. Okay, yeah, this is going to take quite a bit of explanation. So, I first played Variolus in Storm King's Thunder, where, King Hecaton gets kidnapped. I don't remember who, how, or why. But basically, it kind of throws all the different giant clans and giant races into turmoil. And so the idea was that Quenthel sent Variolus to the surface world to try and unite the giant clans under House Baenre. To establish, safe and secure society, right? Peace on the surface and in the Underdark. When really she wanted to use the giants to attack the surface world out of the Greyhawk adventure against the giants, which is the actual introduction of the Drow in totality. Of course, her group didn't know that. And after that was all taken care of, we actually ended up playing kind of a Out of the Abyss plus, I guess you call it. Like, not really like a new game plus, but more like a post-game, where, we had to deal with the Archfiend, Demon Lord Demogorgon, having been summoned into Menzoberranyr and just making a mess of the place, which I think was Gromf's doing, if I remember correctly. And eventually we tracked Quenthel to the Abyss, where she was trying to dominate Demogorgon, but because of the ritual, to lack of a better term, she wasn't able to put up much of a defense. We end up beating her so badly that she loses control of the ritual and gets absorbed into the Abyss. Now, the group at the time assumed that I was just going to take direct command over House Baenre. That's Variolus rules, the end. But that's so boring. The thing about the Drows, they're not like orcs. They're not just big bad bruisers who just commit wanton destruction, strong. You do believe in survival of the fittest, but there's a lot more intrigue and nuance to that, right? Hence the proficiency with deception and stealth and whatnot. So I read up on some of the other Drow novels and found that Gromf had a daughter, Yavanna Faye Baenre, who's actually quite young, even in elf terms. And it turns out she's not just his daughter, she's more or less a reincarnation of his mom, which is kind of weird. But yeah, she's imbued with both divine and arcane magic, basically almost like a living embodiment of Lloth herself to a degree. Although, granted, I think there was a character who was like that as well, like an avatar of Lloth, but that's getting a little too complicated. So I thought, okay. So how about, since Gromf is basically missing and Quenthel's presumed dead, what if Variolus, props up Yavanna Faye as a kind of a puppet ruler with Variolus pulling the strings? But then what if it turns out that Yavanna's actually pulling her strings without Variolus even knowing it? Hence the reference. You get a chill when you look into Yavanna Faye's eyes. She has her grandmother's eyes. Also to note that clerics of Lloth can have access to the trickery domain, and one of its features was that, at least in the original 5th edition, you could create kind of an illusionary duplicate of yourself, and you can actually cast spells through this duplicate. So maybe the Quenthel that Variolus saw get absorbed into the Abyss wasn't actually Quenthel. She may come home to Menzoberranyr one day, find Quenthel still on the throne, right? I figured, there's a lot of plot hooks I can put into this little paragraph, which is why I call it Tangled Webs. So... Oop. And of course, paragraph to describe her alignment, neutral evil. Why is she neutral evil, alright? Deception, intimidation, stealth. These are the skills honed by the Drow over generations as your goddess, Lloth, routinely pits them against each other to cull the weak, resulting in a society where backstabbing is a sport and love is an alien concept. This is what has allowed the Drow to dominate the realms below, Menzoberranyr to dominate the Drow, and House Baenre to dominate Menzoberranyr. Yet, in moments of blasphemy, you'll question the will of Lloth, wondering for commandments will ensure the survival of the Drow, or are they nothing more than the capricious whims of a cruel goddess? With you steering House Baenre's future, perhaps you can avoid the actions that have all too often led your people towards ruin. And I mean, it's not wrong, because, yeah, there have been a number of actions the Drow have taken which has kind of backfired on them. A lot. And yeah, it's, to up the Drow flavor, I used the description of trance from Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes. I'm surprised I don't have that. I got the complete Tome of Spells. I'm actually not sure what that's about. Monster Manual. Books, Greyhawk. Oath Journal. Player's Guide to Salt Monsters is what I did. Yeah, I don't have a PDF copy of that. That's weird. Yeah, because I know that mechanically a Drow's trance, like their meditation, behaves the same way as a Surface L's. Again, mechanically speaking, but in terms of lore, it is a bit different. Drow don't need to sleep. Instead, they meditate deeply, remaining semi-conscious for 4 hours a day. While meditating, you dwell in darkness and silence, respite from the dangers of your daily life, and look for signs from Lloth and the Dark Seldarin. After resting this way, you gain the same benefit that a human does from 8 hours of sleep. Right? Oh, you know what? I should have pulled up screenshots of Variolus from Soul Calibur 6, because the default costume I gave for that is actually based on a pewter figurine that I painted, because I had received like a female elf warrior for free, which is kind of half the reason why I wanted to play as a Drow. I was like, well, I don't have a Drow figurine, I'll paint one. And that's also a reason why she has the quote-unquote Elven curved blade, because the figurine is depicted with a sword that has a very long hilt, like it's clearly a two-handed hilt, but the blade is very, very long and very thin and very curved, so it doesn't look like your stereotypical greatsword. It looks more like a very long katana, or like there actually is like a type of long katana. I forget the proper name for it. But in the old playtest, let me duplicate this because I actually have it as a hidden folder. I want to say it's next. Here we go. Equipment. Yeah, so this was from the 5th edition playtest over a decade ago. They actually did have stats for a katana that was separate from a long sword. Here we go. 35 gold pieces, 1d10 slashing damage, 3 pounds, finesse, and two-handed. And granted, I think back then the long sword was like a bit heavier. So what I actually did was did make it a little bit lighter, 2 pounds, but otherwise 35 gold, finesse, two-handed, martial weapon. And there's actually a similar weapon in Pathfinder called the Elven Curved Blade, where it's a two-handed sword. You can add the weapon finesse property to it if you've got the feat. And it does 1d10 slashing damage, so hence the name. And she has her special Drow version of the Cloak of Elvenkind. She has her boots of Elvenkind. You know, silvery web-like filigree worked to the hilt of her sword. Her dagger, the hilt of the spider design. There's just taken from various Drow-themed sources. Her unholy amulet of Lloth. 11 vials of Drow poison. Oh, that's right. She actually technically survived Tomb of Horrors. And by that I mean she and her whole party died, but she actually had a clone prepared ahead of time. So she actually do have like a printout partial floor plan to Tomb of Horrors. Basically all the parts that she and her party explored before things went bad. 50 feet of silk rope, because I presume like spider silk rope, right? Thieves' tools, poisonous kit to give her a bit more roguish theme that Blackguards often have. 2 sets of fine clothes, which she otherwise does not wear with her half-plate armor. Oh crap, I'm going to get to that later too, because they changed how one of her feats work. Jade Dragon said, I think that's from Storm King's Thunder. Bottle of fine wine, Drow Spider Blood. That's actually from 3rd edition. Let's see, the Armors and Equipment Guide, which is still very, very useful even in 4th and 5th. I mean, hell, one thing I like about 4th edition was the, what was it called? like Elven Waybread, I think it was called, where basically it behaves just like normal trail rations. It's like it weighs like it has 1/10 the weight, but 10 times the cost. So it's very expensive, but it's not gonna weigh you down. So basically the Lembas bread from Lord of the Rings. Food and drink. So it's gonna be in here. It's probably on spider blood common drow. Yeah. Okay. A slight misnomer, this mushroom wine crafted by the Drow includes a substantial dose of venom from poisonous spiders. Its taste is remarkable and unlike anything encountered on the surface world. Anyone not used to drinking this wine, usually a non-Drow, must make a successful Fortitude save, DC 11, or be poisoned. Primary and secondary damage 1d2 Constitution. Which, I guess thankfully it's not a thing in 5th edition, you can't take ability score damage. Well, I think in some instances you actually can take ability score damage, but it's very rare. In addition to making the Fortitude save against intoxication. Those wishing to overcome this poisonous effect must drink 1 glass over several hours every day for 3 months. So yeah, I gave her like a lot of Drow-themed stuff, right? Like her trail rations, right? Roasted ripple bark, Rothay jerkin, spore bread with fire lichen base. All stuff that's found in the Underdark. And she has a fiendish giant spider with exact saddle, bit and bridle, and adamantine breastplate barding. Oh, and the actor feats. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, now I'm glad I opened that section on languages. Okay, let's see. Drow are as eloquent and musical in their speech as other elves, and are capable of readily reproducing the sounds of other languages. Most Drow are good mimics. A Drow overhearing speech who imitates the words and tones is 45% likely, plus 1% per exposure to the language, to be audibly mistaken for the being they are imitating. Hence, I gave her the actor feat. You can mimic the speech of other people or the sounds made by other creatures, after having heard such speech or sounds for at least 1 minute. A successful wisdom insight check against your charisma deception check allows a listener to determine that the effect is faked. Also, you have advantage on charisma deception and charisma performance checks when trying to pass yourself off as a different person. Hence also why the disguise kit. And likewise, this book actually notes that Drow don't really speak Elvish, the way we understand it. Let's see. Deep Drow, also known as Low Drow or Drowic, is the everyday tongue of the Drow, corrupted by passing fashions, Trayton jargon, and even words from other languages, notably Orcish, Dwarven, Surface Elven, and human wizardly terms. It has a similar structure to the common tongue, used by humans in most interspecies trade in the realms. Specifically to the dialect known as Undercommon, used in the realms below. When written, its flowing letters resemble Old Elven and freehand Thoros scripts, which is Old Common, at least in the Forgotten Realms. But a being with both Elvish and Common writing can puzzle out only 14% of the general nature of a Drow inscription. And of course they also have a section for the Drow hand code, the Drow sign language, which she has as well, of course. And they actually have a bit of a Drow dictionary. Yeah, it's like the glossary of Deep Drow. I feel like I might have pointed this out last time, actually. Not this one. Because Waterdeep Dragon's Heist actually makes reference to this. Let's see. Yeah, I did mention this because this whole PDF is screwed because of the giant map in the back. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, I can't just tap right to hit a new page. Thankfully, I'll know it when I see it. Or maybe not. Maybe I did skip it. Ah, nuts. Oh, that's not helping. Alright, yeah, here we go. Tracking Renown. Force of Habit. How about this? What page was that again? I really need to fix this PDF. Okay. Yeah. So, Bregan the Earth Ranks, which is a Drow-themed faction, mostly for Drow men, but I'll get to that later. Yeah, Orb, Private, Kieran Lord, Corporal, Cal Albil, Sergeant, Mal Sarklin, Lieutenant, Ilareth, Captain. Yeah, that all comes from a selected glossary of deep Drow. So, for example, orb means spider. Keel, watch, wait, so watching spider. Yeah, I can close this out. At least for now. There we go. Cal Albil. So Kales means trust, especially misplaced or foolish. And Albil means comrade or trusted friend, so I guess it's kind of redundant. What else we got? Mount Sarkland. Yeah, that one's actually easy. So Sarkland means Drow warrior, and Mala means honored, in some respect. So like an honored Drow warrior. And that's actually where Selvar Tarkland comes from. The warriors of Selvatarm. Now, I presume that, what was it called? Ilhareth, that's not in this book per se. But you do have Ilhar meaning mother, Ilharest meaning matron of a house, or Ilharest and matrons, and Ilharn, patron. So again, since this is largely a male-based faction, I presume Ilhareth was meant to mean brother. And so I intended to create a similar word for sister, using a sort of suffixes that try to denote someone who ranks above a male. You know, something appropriate again. So yeah, she got her adamantine half play, which I think I'm going to change that out because of how they alter the medium armor master rules. But we'll have fire resistance, so it's basically the Drow version of an Cloak of Elvenkind, but with some extra fire resistance. Boots of Elvenkind, Drow poison, portable hole, which I could probably just copy and paste from Quintessa. And some art objects, so a spider-shaped obsidian unholy amulet of Lloth, magically animated so its legs twitch, an obsidian scarab engraved with the insignia of House Baenre, and her jade dragon chest boards with matching playing pieces. Oh, my coffee's cold. And spells are, basically what you expect from like a Blackguard. So she got a big list of paladin spells I could prepare. Plus the Blackguard spells are always prepared. Hellish Rebuke, Inflict Wounds, Blight, Confusion. So she can actually cast Dark Vision quite often. Because that's both an innate Drow spell ability and a Blackguard spell. And then I had to take the Drow High Magic feat from Xanathar's Guide to Everything, giving her Levitate, but presumably self-only, because that's usually how it works. Detect Magic at Will. And Dispel Magic. So they were all castable once per day. And yeah, this is kind of what I meant by saying that I would try to line the page numbers up here by injecting a lot of spaces. Like, I think that's a regular space. Now we got some thin space, or actually, I think these are hair spaces. That's a regular space. Yeah, you can just kind of barely make out the blue there. Yeah, I'm not gonna go on too long about spaces, but yeah, I won't have to do that anymore. So I guess where to start then? Oh man, how far back do I go? Oopsies, I just opened up the previous version. Alright. Well, I guess we can look up the new section on Drow. Let's see, don't need Greyhawk. Oh, yeah. So I guess, to go back to the languages. Yeah, so she got Abyssal, because, again, it's kind of expected for a Drow priestess. Drow sign language, Drowic. Tunavarj is the language of storm giants, with Jotun being their common tongue. Tharasta, spoken in the Kalant dialect, so that's a common tongue of Faerun. And Undercommon. What am I doing? Alright, so let's look at open up that new player's handbook. And let me open up a fresh notepad. Let's see. Species. Ugh. Alright, 189. Okay, so yeah, here's the section on elves. And it's very, very bland. I mean, it kind of goes into like the history of the elves, but it doesn't really explain what makes them different, like mentally speaking, from like humans. Like, are they contemplative or whatnot? Because if you live for like 750 years, you're definitely gonna have a different outlook on life than a human would. But Drow typically dwell in the Underdark and have been shaped by it. Some Drow individuals and societies avoid the Underdark altogether to carry its magic. In the Eberron setting, for example, Drow dwell in rainforests and cyclopean ruins on the continent of Zendrick. And yeah, no real description of their appearance, though. I mean, you got this person here and this person here that got purple skin. I mean, I don't know of any elves who have purple skin, but considering that their hair appears to be white, I presume they're meant to be Drow. I don't know. Yeah, it's like... Actually, you know what? Considering I use it as a thumbnail, yeah, I should have brought up Menzoberranyr City of Intrigue from 4th edition. There it is. Yeah, because I use a picture of the Baenre brood for the thumbnail with Quentha in the middle. So you get kind of more of a brownish black color here. Yeah, so again, very, very dark gray. I gotta clean the fan on my PC at some point. She's cute. Yeah, that's ooh dear. Yeah, that's very particularly dark, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, and actually, this section here on language is largely lifted from Drow the Underdark. Like, it doesn't go into like learning percentages or anything like that. It doesn't have a full glossary, but still talks about Deep Drow, how it's corrupted by passing faction traits and jargon. What I said before. It does still have the same, or at least mostly the same proverbs and phrases. And yeah, that's actually where I got this wording from. Is the Drowic language. Yeah, so this is the old Baenre brood. So like here's Mother Yavanel, and then you got Triel here, Bladen Cursed, Vendis, if I'm reading that correctly, and Dontrag, I think his name is. He's the weapon master. And yeah, and this is what I used for the thumbnail, although I found a somewhat cleaner version of the image. And great, I did make some edits too, but... but yeah, I really particularly like when... Yeah, when the Drow had like dark skin, right? Not this like silvery gray or purple. And this actually fits right in with 3rd edition, where elves like large angular eyes. It doesn't really match with everybody else, but that did help make them distinct from humans, besides just having pointy ears. Alright, well. So what do we do for Drow in the new 5th edition? Alright, so elf traits. Creature type humanoid, size medium, about 5 to 6 feet tall, so it's about the same, speed 30 feet. As an elf, you have these special traits. Dark vision with a range of 60 feet, but we'll get to that. Elven lineage. You are part of a lineage that grants you supernatural abilities. Choosing lineage from the Elven lineages table, you gain the level 1 benefit of that lineage. I'll get back to it. When you reach character levels 3 and 5, you learn a higher level spell as shown in the table. You always have that spell prepared. You can cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to cast it in the way when you finish a long rest. You can also cast a spell using any spell slot you have of the appropriate level. Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma is your spell casting ability for the spells you cast with this trait. Choose the ability when you select the lineage. Alright. Yeah, I gotta say, because in 5th edition they refer to the Elven language as Elvish and not Elven. And now I'm actually wondering if that's still true. I didn't even think about that. I don't even remember where the section for languages was. Let's try. Maybe it was a background. No, I think it was in the beginning, actually. Yeah, I'm going through the actual player's handbook this time. It's gotta be here somewhere. Alright, let me check the index. Well, okay, they mentioned Sylvan language, so maybe it'll just be in here anyway. Elvish language. Alright, page 37. Yeah, because Quintessa speaks Elvish. So yeah, Elvish ton by using the Flan term Olvenvaka. Alright, just I don't have to alter that. Alright. Which, again, doesn't really matter with Variolus because she doesn't really speak Elvish anymore. She speaks Drowic, so that thought just occurred to me. Let's see. Fey Ancestry. You have advantage on saving throws you make to avoid or end the charmed condition. Is that still called that? Yeah. You have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, and magic can't put you to sleep. Which they move that to trance. You don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense to take this portion and stick with trance, because trance is all about how they recover. Alright, makes sense. Alright, keen senses. You have proficiency in the insight, perception, or survival skill. Yeah, and I think that goes on to gnomes after that. So for Drow, the range of your dark vision increases to 120 feet, so that's still the same. You also know the Dancing Lights cantrip. That's still the same. Level 3 she gets Fairy Fire, and level 5 she gets Darkness. So, there's Fairy Fire. There's Darkness. So, none of that changes. Actually, you know what? Give me a moment. I should probably grab the previous player's handbook and maybe the previous DMG. I also pulled out the Xanathar's Guide and Tasha's Cauldron. Because one thing I have to do is reverse engineer her ability scores. I should probably focus on that part first, shouldn't I? Alright. So what do we have here? We've got Strength 13. Dexterity 16. Constitution 12. Intelligence 10. Oops. Intelligence 10, right? Wisdom 13. And Charisma... Charisma 18. Now, if I remember correctly, originally the Drow's innate spell abilities tied to Charisma by default. Let's see, Dragonborn... Halfling, it's gotta be here somewhere. Does it come after? Yeah, the section on races in the previous player's handbook were actually much, much nicer. Because they even gave, like, example racial names. And it had a bit more flavor with regards to how they differed from humans, right? And yeah, somebody on Reddit, kind of pointing out that nowadays the races or species, they're basically just humans with different hats. Like, there's really nothing that makes them distinct anymore besides just physical appearance. Yeah, like here it says, Haughty but gracious. I could probably pull that up, right? Let's see. Player's Handbook Revised. That's probably page 23. Yeah, here we go. Although they can be haughty, elves are generally gracious even to those who fall short of their high expectations, which is most non-elves. Still, they can find good in just about anyone. Dwarves. Dwarves are dull, clumsy elves, but what they lack in humor, sophistication, and manners, they make up in valor. And I must admit, their best myths produce art that approaches elven quality. Halflings are people of simple pleasures, and that is not a quality to scorn. They're good folk, they care for each other and tend their gardens, and they have proven themselves tougher than they seem when the need arises. Humans. All that haste, their ambition and drive to accomplish something before their brief lives pass away. Humans' endeavors seem so futile sometimes. But then you look at what they have accomplished, and you have to appreciate their achievements. If only they could slow down and learn some refinement. Okay, you even have a little description here on the languages, right? You can speak, read, and write Common and Elvish. Elvish is fluid with subtle intonations and intricate grammar. Elven literature is rich and varied, and their songs and poems are famous among other races. Many bards learn their language so they can add Elven ballads to their repertoires. Yeah, the new book doesn't really have anything like this. Like, at all. But, I mean, granted, this is also kind of very generic, too, so... Yeah, I guess if you really want to get into, like, elves or drow, you probably want to stick with a specific campaign, saying, like, Greyhawk, or, in the case of Variolus, the Forgotten Realms. Yeah, I think I pointed out last time, the elf family names came from an old article from Dragon Magazine in Elven Lexicon. Let's see here. Drow magic. Yeah, dancing lights. Charisma is your spellcasting ability for these spells. Alright. So, none of that changes. Oh, that's right, yeah. There's no more elf or drow weapon training. I just realized that. That's gone. Okay, hold on. So, elf traits. So, ability score increase, that's gone. Age, they mentioned. I don't think they did talk about alignment, but, she's neutral evil. I guess you could say with lawful evil tendencies. Size, under 5 to over 6 feet, so about basically the same. Keen senses, you have proficiency the perception skill. Fey ancestry is the same. Trance, same. Languages, just went over that. Subrace. Yeah, Dark Elf, Drow. Descended from an earlier subrace of elves, the Drow are banished from the surface world for following the gods Lloth down the path of evil. Now they have built their own civilization in the depths of the Underdark, patterned after the Way of Lloth. Also called Dark Elves, the Drow have skin that resembles charcoal or obsidian, as well as stark white or pale yellow hair. They commonly have very pale eyes, so pale to be mistaken for white, in shades of lilac, silver, pink, red, and blue. So, what's the difference between pink and red in this case? They tend to be smaller and thinner than most elves. Drow adventurers are rare. Check with your dungeon master to see if you can play one, right? And so again, no more ability score increase. Superior dark vision is 120 feet, so they still have that. Sunlight sensitivity has been dropped. Drow magic, that's still the same. Yeah, no more drow weapon training. But again, Variolus is a Blackguard, so it's not really a big deal. Because basically, as an anti-paladin, she's going to have all simple and martial weapons regardless. Actually, that kind of reminds me. Because the original Drow, like from Against the Giants, actually had a somewhat different description. Actually, I think in the very, very first publication for the book, the Drow actually were fair-skinned, but then later publications made them jet black, and it's been that way ever since. But that's not quite what I'm referencing. Should be towards the end here. Let's see. Yeah, Drow, Dark Elf. Very rare at best. Alignment, Chaotic Evil. Okay. Drow are black-skinned and pale-haired. They are slight of build and have delicate fingers and toes. Their features are somewhat sharp and ears are pointed and large, but this does not make them unhandsome. Their eyes are very large, being all iris and pupil. Male Drow are of thin build, about 5 feet tall, have dead black skin and dead white hair, and the irises of their eyes are orange to orange-yellow. Females are slender and shapely, about 5.5 feet tall, so there's Variolus, and have glossy black skin and shining silvery hair. Yeah, so they changed that for the Forgotten Realms to make silvery hair more for men and like coppery golden hair for women. The eyes of female Drow are amber, though a few are said to possess irises of lambent violet. So back then, Drow didn't even have red eyes. That's interesting. Boots of Elvenkind, Drow cloaks. And yeah, Drow wear a fine mesh armor of exquisite workmanship. It is an alloy of steel containing adamantite, and even the lowliest fighters have in fact +1 chainmail, with higher level Drow having +2, +3, +4, or even +5 chainmail. Small bucklers are also used. Shields of unusual shape, those of great experience level and importance in society, have bucklers fashioned from adamantite so as to be +1, +2, or +3 value. And true is basically the same for weapons. Due in part to the adamantite alloy from which they are fashioned. Actually, doesn't mention their weapons. Drow are able to speak Common Tongue, Gnome, Elven, and their own language, in addition to the other tongues with their which their level of intelligence allows. Okay, I don't really plan on Variolus learning Gnome, but again, I'm treating this more as Greyhawk lore of the Forgotten Realms. Carries small personal wealth. And a soft leather bag worn around the neck. Okay, I imagine it's not going to be too close to the neck, but... yeah, some few Drow also carry adamantite maces and or small javelins. In addition, they arm themselves with long dagger and short sword of adamantite alloy. So yeah, again, this is where I'm getting the whole Drow with adamantine weapons and armor. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked here. Yeah, Drow also have a silent language. Player's Handbook. New Player's Handbook. Alright, so in the old Player's Handbook, all elves received a 2-point bonus to Dexterity. Dexterity increased by +2. And Drow, Charisma of 1. So, drop 1 point off Charisma. Drop 2 points off Dexterity. So that's a start. Now, Variolus did not receive any stand-alone ability score increases. I gave her just feats. 4, 8, 12, 16, because she's a 17th level character. Right. Yeah, because she has Medium Armor Master, Drow High Magic, Elven Accuracy. And what am I missing? Oh, and the Actor feat. Yeah, totally forgot about that one. Alright, so Actor and Medium Armor Master comes from this player's handbook. Let's see, what page are feats on? I think like around 64 or so, actually, if I remember correctly. That's not, oh no, that's 164? Customization options, okay. Yep, here we go. Actor, so yeah, increases your charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Alright, so we drop charisma down to 16 points. Although, yeah, you have advantage on charisma deception and charisma performance checks. You can mimic the speech of another creature or sounds made by other creatures, so, you know, we went over that. Okay, Medium Armor Master. Wearing medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on your dexterity stealth checks. When you wear medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your armor class if you have a dexterity of 16 or higher. So no increases there. Now, let's see, I think Drow High Magic and Elven Accuracy both come from Xanathar's Guide, because they are actually racial feats, which I imagine that's not a thing that's going to come back anytime soon. And again, it's a real shame. You know, basically just making these things, various races or species, less diverse, essentially, making them all the same. Yeah. The accuracy of elves is legendary, especially that of elf archers and spellcasters. You have uncanny aim with attacks that rely on precision rather than brute force. You gain the following benefits. Increase your dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Okay. I don't remember which one I picked. Whenever you have advantage on an attack roll using dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, you can re-roll one of the dice once. And for her sheet, I just wrote dexterity and charisma because she doesn't have these two middle ones. Oh crap. I don't know which one I picked. I think it might have been charisma. Because I do know how I raised or how I generated scores. I didn't use a D&D method. I used Pathfinder as I had with Quintessa. And then... Oh, Dragon Hide. Yeah, Drow High Magic. So, yeah, you learn Detect Magic. You can cast it at will without expending a spell slot. You learn Levitate and Dispel Magic, which you can cast once without expending a spell slot. And then you regain it when you finish a long rest. Yeah, this is actually why I have the open office open. Let's see. Thumbs, ham logbook, equipment. Okay, the generator doesn't stay in the history. I guess maybe because I don't save. Let's see, all files. Where is XLS? Try this. Yeah. Oh, it's generators. Yeah, here you go. 3rd edition, 5th edition, and yeah, no, I use Pathfinder because I did kind of sort cheat when it came to our ability scores, right? So what do we got? Because I think unlike Quintessa, who used the the epic fantasy, Variolus used high fantasy. So yeah, it's slightly above the standard rate because the standard rate is 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, and 8. So 7 and 8, she has an extra 13. So yeah, an extra 5 points compared to standard. I think it's standard. Let me check. 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. Yeah, that's the standard fantasy, so I went 5 points higher. Okay. So strength 13. Dexterity 14. Constitution 12. Intelligence 10. Wisdom 13. Charisma 15. And there you go. Cost 20 points. Because I made this originally on an old laptop, so this used to appear much bigger. You know, because the screen would have been smaller. Alright, so with that said, alright, so what do I take care of then? Or should I say, what do I take out? What page are elves on again? Perfect. So yeah, basically dark vision gets upgraded. Keen senses, I'll stick with perception. What are the other options? Survival or insight? Yeah. I mean, I guess survival makes sense, but I'll stick with perception for the moment. Because I don't think paladins get that. Fey ancestry. So I'll just... You advantage on... Yeah, let's start writing some of this stuff down. You have advantage on saving throws. You make... I cannot type. To avoid or end the charmed condition. And to think I got a background in website design, right? So advantage is now capitalized. Let's see. You don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep. You can finish a long rest in 4 hours if you spend those hours in a trance-like meditation, during which you retain consciousness. Let's see. Magic can't put you to sleep. Okay. Actually, what I'm gonna do? Let's add a non-breaking space. There, looks a little bit better that way. Yeah, so Drow don't need to sleep, and magic can't. Actually, we don't have this. Magic can't put them to sleep. You know, be slightly grammatically correct. Instead, they meditate deeply, remain semi-conscious for 4 hours a day. And yeah, while meditating, you dwell in darkness and silence. So I'm going to keep that because I like the added bit of flavor. Let's see. Get rid of sunlight sensitivity. Don't need that anymore. Get rid of Underdark experience. Don't need that anymore. Take out the section for Out of the Abyss then. I try to right align that as best I can. Yeah, you see in dim light within a 120-foot radius of you as if for a bright light, and in darkness in that radius as if for a dim light. You can't discern color in darkness, only shades of gray. Oh. I'm pretty sure that's still true, though. I don't really think they're going to change how dark vision works. With the exception being fire element, not fire elementals, it was like fire ganassi. And granted, actually, they did change that. Or they changed it back. Players' companion, I think, is where the ganassi were first statted out. And for some reason, I have a hard time going through this PDF. Maybe it's too graphic intensive. Let's see. Fire Ganassi. This will be next page. Again, I'm kind of going off course here. Dark vision. You see in dim light within 60 feet of you as if for a bright light, and in darkness as if for dim light. Your ties to the elemental plane of fire make your dark vision unusual. Everything you see in darkness is in a shade of red. But I think the most recent rule set for Ganassi actually dropped that and just made it regular dark vision. Like, that's boring. No, like, yeah, keep it as red. That actually makes things a lot more interesting, I think. Basically, like, seeing the world through a virtual boy. Ugh. Let's see. I guess not all Ganassi even have dark vision. Huh. Actually, they're the only ones, aren't they? Alright. Oh well. Yeah, I was trying to look that up, wasn't I? There's a lot of C words in this book. Dark Vision 365. Yeah, basically like in the big glossary in the back. Let's see. If you have dark vision, you can see in dim light within a specified range except for bright light, and in darkness within that range except for dim light. You discern colors in that darkness only as shades of gray. So yeah, it hasn't changed. Let's see. Aside from getting some capitalization. You see in dim light within 120-foot radius as if it were bright light. Wow, even darkness is capitalized. That's kind of weird. And in darkness in that radius as if it were dim light. You can't discern color in darkness, or colors. Only okay, they actually changed the sentence quite a bit. You discern colors in that darkness only as shades of gray. You can see in darkness. You can see in. Yeah, I'm reading this word. You can see in dim light within a 120-foot radius of you as if it were bright light, and in darkness, within that, it says range, but I'll go with radius. Within that radius, as if it were dim light. Alright, so that should be a bit more up to date now. Let's see, I did pay answers, I did trance. I'm going to keep her Blackguard abilities as is, because there is no Blackguard character class in the new Dungeon Master's Guide. There's no Death Domain Cleric. No more villainous options. So I'm just going to keep this as is for now. Because, again, I know there's, like, some Paladin oaths that can be used by more villainous characters, but the Blackguard Prestige class from the 3rd edition was like my favorite, or I should say my second favorite Prestige class, because Archmage was my favorite. And again, that's kind of want to make Variolus a Blackguard. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm actually going to have to keep Elven accuracy, though. But we'll see. Alright. So that should take care for her elvish abilities for now. Yeah, I'm going to keep perception. Yeah, so I mentioned earlier the Drow Judicator, because of the flavor text. Let's see. A mortal imbued with fiendish cruelty, the Drow Judicator is a knight most foul. This unholy warrior is steeped in the divine energy of Selvatom, the spider that waits, self-appointed champion of Lloth. And in Menzoberranyr they spell with 2 L's and then an OTH, not LLLTH. Although that does remind me of some fan art of hers I saved from years ago. Probably should have used this one actually as the thumbnail. Actually, I didn't even think about that. I think it's this one actually. Yeah, I can't really read the artist name too much, but that was cute. Yeah, I should use that one as a thumbnail, right? Okay, where was I? Let's see. Consort of demons and demonic arachnids, the Drow Judicator is hated and feared by all, especially other male Drow who are jealous of the heights of power to which he has risen. Drow Judicators must make an unholy pledge to Selvatom, and then survive the rites of entry to adopt the prestige class. At least a little schooling in spellcasting is required, but only the toughest and meanest sorcerers and wizards can survive the entry requirements. Clerics often attempt to take on the Drow Judicator's mantle as well, as do fighters, rangers, and rogues who have taken levels in spellcasting classes. Typically, an NPC Drow Judicator serves a higher ranking cleric of Lloth, although he chased to be the sole authority. Drow Judicators and assassins usually fill out the ranks of a high priestess hand-picked murder team. Okay. Yeah, let's see. So this is actually largely flavored based on, I think, the Variolus Noble. You were raised in the Underdark, surrounded by wealth, power, and privilege. Your Drow house ensured that you received a first-class education, some of which you appreciated and some of which you resented. Your time in the castle, especially the many hours you spent observing, well, not really castle, but temple, many hours you spent observing your family at court, also tell you a great deal about leadership. Yeah, let's go. Temple, like I said, they're a theocracy, basically. So, dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom. So, no more bonuses to charisma, though. Because, again, that's actually going to hurt her because she's a paladin and they rely on charisma for magic and other features. But yeah, again, I thought these ability scores made more sense for clerics and wizards. So what do I want to do? You know, I think maybe I'll hold off on it, because yeah, a lot of these feats, especially the general feats, actually I think just about every general feat adds 1 point to an ability score, which would include medium armor master. So yeah, I may actually have to hold off on how I'm going to assign her ability score increases. Alright, so let's go with Magic Initiate then. Magic Initiate Cleric, of course. Yes. So, what would be good spells from the cleric list to pad out her spell casting? Let's see. Cleric 68, spell list 71, level 2. So, guidance, light, mending, resistance, sacred flame. I can't really imagine her doing spare the dying, but thaumaturgy is basically the cleric version of prestidigitation, and then Drow had like druidcraft. Word of Radiance. Like, Toll the Dead would actually make it good for range attacks. She doesn't actually have any range attacks, I think. I think she maybe she had like one spell that she could use. Yeah, I can't really see her using Sacred Flame, but let's see here. 312, let's see. Okay. Flame-like radiance descends on a creature that you can see within range. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 radiant damage. Again. The target gains no benefit from half cover or 3/4 cover for the save. So again, it's a nice ranged attack. Again, I just can't really see her doing radiant damage. What page is Toll the Dead on? Three, 4. This book. Okay. You point at one creature you can see within range, and the single chime of a Dolores bell is audible within 10 feet of the target. Sounds like that got annoying real fast. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 1d8 necrotic damage. If the target is missing any of his hit points, it instead takes 1d12 necrotic damage. And of course it goes up as you level up. Because I actually had a necromancer who used this one. I think this would make more sense. Oh, I did not see. Well, guidance, light. Oh, yeah, she doesn't really need light. I mean, she has. What was it called? Fairy fire, or dancing light. So she doesn't really need the light cantrip, or orison as it used to be called. Resistance. Does it really do anything? You touch a willing creature and choose a damage type. Acid, bludgeoning, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, piercing, poison, radiant, slashing, or thunder. When the creature takes damage of the chosen type before the spell ends, the creature reduces the total damage taken by 1d4. A creature can benefit from the spell only once per turn. Is that how that worked last time? Like in 3rd edition, resistance just added 1 point to your saving throws. Yeah, they actually did alter this one. Yeah, so this is how it used to be. You touch one willing creature. Once before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one saving throw of its choice. It can roll the die before or after making the saving throw. The spell then ends. Right? And the new version's on page 312. Yeah, so now it just absorbs one type of element damage. So it's not really quite as good as before, I'd say. Yeah, I was supposed to say, once before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one saving throw of its choice. Which I think would actually be really useful if you've got an ally making death saving throws. Because it doesn't really specify. It doesn't say you can't do that. Alright, I don't see myself using that right now. Mending, I mean, being able to repair stuff is always good. Yeah, she's not using Word of Radiance. Yeah, she's damn well not using that one. I assume Mending's probably the same as before. Okay, this spell repairs a single break or tear an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, two halves or a broken key, a torn cloak, or a leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no larger than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage. This spell can physically repair a magic item, but it can't restore magic to such an object. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's about the same. Oh, hey, Ricora, welcome. Yeah, I suppose I should probably use the little spider emoji than my blue rose for this. Probably make a little bit more sense considering the topic. Yeah, so I did kind of an overview of my Drow Blackguard Variolus, in the last hour, and I'm just kind of in the process of just trying to rebuild her, so to speak. And that includes redoing her custom background, the Menzoberranyr Noble. So for the bonus feat in lieu of a background feature, I thought Magic Initiate would make sense. Like Cleric for the women and Wizard for the men. Okay. Yeah, how about I do make a note of skills? So, Perception, Race, Deception, Background, Stealth, Background. Alright. So... yeah, I think Thaumaturgy and... yeah, let's go with Toll the Dead. Because, yeah, she really could use a ranged attack besides just throwing a dagger. She's great in melee combat, but you get some distance from her and she's kind of helpless. And then what about a first level spell? Because I probably should give her something that paladins don't normally have. Okay, so we got Bane. Paladins don't have that. Let's see, Bless, Command, Create or Destroy Water. Paladins don't have that, but I don't really want to give that to her. Cure Wounds, Detect Evil, Good, Magic, Detect Poison, Disease. Okay, Paladins get Divine Favor, Clerics don't have that. Their Divine Smite features now a spell. They get Heroism, but they don't have Healing Word. Protection from Evil and Good. Yeah, Paladins don't have Inflict Wounds, but Blackguards do. Yeah, Hellish Rebuke and Inflict Wounds, I'm not gonna worry about that one. Purify Food and Drink. Yeah, Paladins don't get Sanctuary. I'll have to look that one up. Shield of Faith they get. Oh, is that it? So I guess that just kind of just leaves Bane. Let's see, what does Bane do? Because that actually sounds very appropriate for her. $245, so it's... here we go. Up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within range must each make a charisma saving throw. Whenever a target that fails a save makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, the target must subtract 1d4 from the attack roll or save. Okay, so it's kind of the opposite of resistance to a degree. Using a high level spell slot, you can target one additional creature for each spell slot level above 1. Alright. I'd say it'd be appropriate for a Blackguard. Alright, so she'll be able to cast that once per day. There. Other than that, I'm pretty sure... Let's see, this is the cleric spell list. 1/1/1. Paladin spell list. Alright. Yeah, I don't think there's really going to be that much of a difference, though. Let's see. Got command, cure wounds, detect magic. But she can cast that at will if I let her keep Drow high magic. Fairy fire. Again, that's a Drow ability. Searing smite. Yeah, shield of faith, thunder smite, wrathful smite. So that's all the same. Level 2. Aid. Did they get rid of branding smite? Yeah, I think they did. Alright, that's not on the list anymore. Actually, do they still have Crown of Madness? Because if they're just going to drop spells, I should look this up. Yeah, it goes from Blur to Burning Hands, so no more Branding Smite. That's interesting. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Crown of Madness, level 2 enchantment, Bard, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. Okay, that's still there. Oh yeah, sorry, I want to change these spell levels, aren't I? Not the spell levels, I should say. The page numbers. Yeah, actually, I might have to alter this a bit. What else we got? Let's see. Lesser Restoration, that's still there. Locate Object. Magic Weapon. Prayer of Healing. I don't remember they had it before. Protection from Poison. Shining Smite. That sounds new. Wait, hold up. What page is that on? Maybe they just changed the name, that's all. Let's see. Page 316. Alright, and then shouldn't be too far from this one. Wait, no. Branding Smite, that's what I'm on look for here. Okay, cast time, 1 bonus action, range self. Where is it? Bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a creature with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike, self. Alright, components verbal. Concentration up to 1 minute. Okay, Branding Smite. The next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack before the spell ends, the weapon gleams with astral radiance as you strike. The attack deals an extra 2d6 radiant damage to the target, which becomes visible if it's invisible, and the target sheds dim light in a 5-foot radius and can't become invisible until the spell ends. The target, Shining Smite. The target hit by the strike takes an extra 2d6 radiant damage from the attack. Until the spell ends, the target sheds bright light in a 5-foot radius. Attack rolls against it have advantage, and it can't benefit from the invisible condition. Okay, all they did was just change the name. Okay, so Branding Smite is now Shining Smite. You know, he altered the description a little bit too, but yeah, that's basically, they just changed the name. Alright, that explains that. Yeah, that's actually why I'm kind of glad I'm going to going at this step by step. Alright, what else we got? Let's see, that's level 2. Let's see. Aura Vitality. Blinding Smite, that's still the same. Great Food and Water. I don't have Crusader's Mantle listed, but that's probably because I don't have enough room for it here. Dispel Magic. Okay, yeah, she's not gonna be needing daylight regardless. Elemental Weapon. Magic Circle, Remove Curse, Revivify, it's the same. Aura of Life, Aura of Purity, Banishment, Death Lord down here. Find Greater Steed, which is from Xanathar's Guide. Locate creatures, staggering smites. And then Banshee Smite, Circle of Power, Destructive Wave, Dispel Evil and Good, Gaius. I don't have Greater Restoration listed here, but again, it's probably lack of a room. Raise Dead, and yeah, she's not gonna cast Summon Celestial. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that Summon Fiend is a 6th level spell because Paladins can't cast that. Oof. But other than that, though, yeah. So Branding Smite had its name changed. Okay, yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so that's the original version. That's Quintessa. Recent files. The new version of the character sheet. Form input. Actually, wait, before I do that, let's add here, going through my computer files here. The Breaking the Earth logo. I'll back up her form data because I didn't really do that yet. Here we go. Variolus Baenre 2024. Copy the artwork over. Close this out. Add the metadata. I'm not really sure what copyright does here, but... And then have that save over the previous version. There we go. And actually what I'm going to do... Like I said, I can't erase the view history, so I have to close out and restart the whole thing all over again. So I'll pin Variolus 2024 and unpin the original. Which is the same thing I did with Quintessa. Yeah, so like I said, I now have separate sections for the page numbers, so I can delete that. Go down. I'll just go down the whole list. So that this way the spell names aren't truncated. I'm going to have to capitalize them anyway. Let's try at least give the reference points an indent at least. Actually, yeah, let me take off Branding Smite for the moment. At some later point, I'll just try to shrink this text down to match this to help it stand out, so to speak. But I'm not gonna really do that on stream. I didn't indent those. You know, I probably should put on some, like, appropriate fantasy music for this, huh? Yeah, I don't really have anything, though. Just like old philosophical talks. Alright. So this was called Shining Smite. Man, what page was this on again? Ah, 316. Okay, this is not gonna be fun, actually. This is so not gonna be fun. Let's see if I can actually do the whole thing in alphabetical order. Maybe. So we got Aid on page 239. Banishing Smite. Page 245. Man, let me copy that to the clipboard. Let's see. Any other beasts? Ooh, Banishment. Same page, 245. And I missed these A spells, didn't I? That's right there on page 244. Aura of Life and Aura of Purity. Oh, Animate Dead. Yeah, so much for going in alphabetical order. Page 240. Let's see. Actually, doesn't require an expensive component? I guess not. A drop of blood, a piece of flesh, and a pinch of bone dust. Okay, so I guess you don't really need a whole lot then. Oh, that's good. And an Aura of Vitality, that's probably 44. Yeah. Okay, I think that should be it for the A spells. So I'll bestow curse. 246. Blinding Smite, that's 247. Blight. Same page. I think that's it for B's, so let's see. Got a lot of CO spells. Anything else? Creates, Command, Cure, Con, Crown. Oh, Circle of Power. Circle of Death, Circle of Power, 250. Contagion. Well, okay, there's Command, that's 251. Confusion, probably 252. No, not yet. That's 253. Where's Crown of Madness? I did see it. I did see it earlier. 259. Cure Wounds, 259. Oh, Contagion. That's 256. Great Food and Water. 258. And that should be it. Oh, well, Dancing Light is page 259, so get that one out of the way. That's actually the first D spell. This can sort up like 40 page changes, so let's kind of reset this a bit. Darkness, 260. Death Ward, 261. Let's see, is this one still the same? You touch a creature and grant it a measure of protection from death. The first time the target would drop to 0 hit points before the spell ends, the target instead drops to 1 hit point and the spell ends. If the spell is still in effect when the target is subjected to an effect that will kill it instantly without dealing damage, that effect is negated against the target and the spell ends. And it'll last for 8 hours. Alright, yeah, I think it's still the same as before. It's good. Because I had a cleric who had that as well. Let's see. Detect Magic. 262. Oh, Dispel Evil and Good. 263. And Destructive Wave. That's 261. Ooh, Dominate Person. 266. That should be it for the D spells. I don't think she has anything for E. Oh, no, she does. Oh, I missed Dispel Magic, too. 264. Let's see. Elementalism. Elemental Weapon. 268. Fairy Fire. 271. Let's see. Oh, I should not have. Oops, I should not have deleted the page number for this one. Because this is not in any core rulebooks. Oopsies. Oh, where did I put that one? Yeah, because considering that, yeah, so the thing about Find Greater Steed was that it allowed you to create a celestial steed. I think this must be a celestial being. Yeah, the creature has the statistics provided in the monster manual for the chosen form, though as a celestial, a fae, or a fiend, your choice. Yeah, and the initial choices are a griffin, a pegasus, a periton, I think it's like some sort of giant bird, a dire wolf, a rhinoceros, or a saber-toothed tiger. Or in the case of my DM, I was allowed to use a fiendish giant spider. And I closed the book without looking up the page number. Okay, 156. There. Yeah, I should not have been so hasty. Let's see. I think next up is Gaius then. All the clerics used to just call it quest. 278. Let's see. Okay, then next up it should be Hellish Rebuke. Normally a warlock spell. Page 284. And then Inflict Wounds. 288. And I suppose I should be looking up if these spells even change spell level or components. Well, I'm not going to worry too much at the moment. Oh, I forgot to capitalize Gaius. Yeah, we got for some L spells. Let's see. Lesser Restoration. That'll be page 291. Levitate, about self only, same thing. Locates object. 293. Locate creature. That's 292. Yeah, and I think Magic Circle and Magic Weapon is up next. Let's see. 293. Actually, I might have to give this one to Quintessa at some point. Because I know you can actually use it to trap an extraplanar being and try to bind it. You create a 10-foot radius, 20-foot tall cylinder of magical energy centered on a point on the ground that you can see within range. Glowing runes appear wherever the cylinder intersects with the floor or other surface. Choose one or more of the following types of creatures: Celestials, Elementals, Fae, Fiends, or Undead. The circle affects a creature of the chosen type in the following ways. The creature can't willingly enter the cylinder by non-magical means. If the creature tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel to do so, it must first succeed on a charisma saving throw. The creature has a disadvantage on attack rolls against targets within the cylinder. Targets within the cylinder can't be possessed by or gain the charmed or frightened condition from the creature. Each time you cast a spell, you can cause this magic to operate in the reverse direction, preventing the creature of the specified type from leaving the cylinder and protecting targets outside it. And using a high level spell slot, the duration increases by 1 hour for each slot level above 3rd. Okay. Yeah, I think it's roughly the same. Well, I'm not gonna worry about that. What's the other magic weapon? Magic jar, magic missile, magic mouth, magic weapon. $2.95. Let's see. Got Raised Dead. $3.10. Oop. So they should take care of our 5th level spells. Remove Curse. $3.12. Same with Revivify. And wasn't there something else? Ooh, I skipped protection from poison. $3.10. Yeah, what do we got for S spells? Let's see, Syrian Smite, $3.14. Shield of Faith, $3.16. Yeah, Shining Smite I've already taken care of. Staggering Smite. $3.20. And you know what? I've already forgotten that her Divine Smite class feature is now a spell, so I gotta make room for that. Oops. Because I think it's my 1st level spell. Oh. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, here it is. Divine Smite. Casting time 1. Bonus action which you take immediately after hitting the target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. The target takes an extra 2d8 radiant damage from the attack. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is a fiend or an undead. The damage increases by 1d8 for each spell slot level above 1. So at least it no longer has a damage cap. But I'm still going to keep the necrotic variation that I was allowed to have before because it makes more sense. Oh, what do I drop? Because Cure Wounds is useful. Command makes sense because she's a leader. These are Blackguard spells or the Drow innate spell abilities. I guess maybe Thunderous Smite. Although I guess now that this is a spell, it can actually be counterspelled. So, that's something to think about. So this will be page 265. Divine Smite. Alright. Do I have any other S spells? So 3rd level's taken care of. 4th level's taken care of. Yeah, I think it just leaves 1 and 2 then. So what's Wrathful Smite? $343. And Zone of Truth, $343. Yeah, that looks like all of them. Yeah, this is what I meant when I said it only stays the last 40 page movements. Or let me refresh this again. I mean, granted, I kind of want to take a bit of a break to rest my throat. I don't know why I sound so rough. But yeah, I kind of want to get the whole spell casting thing out of the way first before I really get into the meat and potatoes of the class features. And I forgot to include the whole magic initiate stuff too. Oops. Let's see. Do they even call it innate spellcasting anymore? I'm actually not even sure. Where is that old player's handbook? I can check the index. Not in the player's handbook. Let me check the monster manual. Okay. So yeah, the phrase innate spellcasting was from the previous monster manual, but I don't think they're reusing it for the new one. Also, I can't seem to find any angels in the new monster manual. So I'll hold on to that for now. Let me bring Quintessa back up then, because I meant to use her as a kind of template. Kind of forgot. So let's try and do something like this. Question mark, because I don't know what icon I'm going to use. And swap this for cleric. Oh, I did not really plan this out, did I? Actually, where's that asterism that I used? That should be good enough. Again, this is kind of temporary anyway. Wait, no, I don't... Yeah, no, actually, no, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So what did I decide on? Thaumaturgy and Toll the Dead. Thaumaturgy, Toll the Dead. So add the asterisk to these. And then... yeah, let's take off Searing Smite. Because Bane's gotta go right in the top, because it's a B word. Alright, I'm already using this for the Astromos for dry magic. I'll figure something out later. I'll probably just use the double dagger icon, actually. Or you know what I can do? Use a double dagger for Drow high magic instead. How about that? Something like that. And the other one was... yeah, because the only Xanathar's Guide spell I have here is, which one was it? Find Greater Steed, so it's not really going to interfere with anything. Alright, what page? My books are all over the place. Page was Bane on. 245. All right. Oh, wait. So innate spell ability, innate spell ability, innate. That should be fixed up. Okay, like I said, I can always go over this post-stream. Yeah, let me take a bit of a break and try to rest myself before I start going through the paladin class features. I don't want to spend, what was it, 7 hours like I did in the last stream. So, be right back.
Not everyone can be a samurai warrior. Not everyone can live by the power of the sword. Not everyone can die with honor. I, for example, make kazoos.
PlayStation.
This Friday.
Friday and Saturday, Ames is having a huge two-day sale. Thousands of items are on sale for the entire family. Get 50% off all shorts, 50% off all tank tops, 50% off all swimwear and beach towels, 50% off all aqua socks, 40% off all patio furniture, and 75% off all fine jewelry. Don't forget, thousands of items are on sale for the entire family. But hurry, this incredible sale is Friday and Saturday only. Ames, bargains by the bagful.
Anything and everything goes! Crazy Eddie's crushing prices on color TVs, video recorders, stereo systems, compact disc players. It's Crazy Eddie's greatest clearance sale ever! Anything and everything goes! Demonstrators, floor samples, red tag specials, all with full manufacturer's guarantees, and most priced at or below cost. Anything and everything goes! Crazy Eddie's smashing prices to smithereens on everything in his humongous inventory. It's Crazy Eddie's greatest clearance sale ever, going on now at all great Crazy Eddie locations with prices that are insane!
遊びの道に魂込めた一人の男が今日も行く真面目に遊ばぬ奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ背がたさんしろ背がたさんしろ背がさんたんしろ
We went to the big guy.
We laid the whole thing out for him.
We told him we had this great idea for a new game called Sonic and Knuckles.
It's Knuckles in his own game. Plus, it has new technology.
Lock-on technology.
So you can play Knuckles in Sonic 2 and 3.
It's revolutionary.
He just laughed at us. So we sold the whole thing to Sega?
Who's laughing now? Batman!
Sega.
How much do you think this advanced operating environment is worth? Wait just 1 minute before you answer. Watch as Windows integrates Lotus 123 with Miami Vice. Now we can take this Ferrari and paste it right into Windows Right. Now how much do you think Microsoft Windows is worth? Don't answer. Wait until you see Windows Right and Windows Paint and then listen to what else you get at no extra charge. The MS-DOS Executive, an appointment calendar, a card file, a notepad, a clock, a control panel, a terminal, a print spool, a RAM driver, and can you believe it? Reversi! That's right! All these features in Reversi, all for just, how much did you guess? 500? 1,000? Even more? No, it's just $99. That's right. It's $99. It's an incredible value, but it's true. It's Windows from Microsoft. Order today. P.O. Box 286 DOS, except in Nebraska.
All right. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I meant for this to be a kind of a relaxing stream because I really don't feel the best, at least in terms of my throat. I don't know why, but man, I hope I'll be up to play Ultima 6 tomorrow. All right, I'm actually not sure if I should start with the class features or the feats, because she still needs those, especially since they'll help determine her ability scores. So let's see, feats, 4, 8, 12, 16. So I still want her to have medium armor master. And these are like basically in no particular order. Let's see here. So this should be on page 205. Wait, let me back up for a minute. Okay, C means the spell requires concentration. Okay. Actually, I suppose I probably should include that because I'm pretty sure there's a superscript C character. Alright, I'll worry about that some other time. Okay, so yeah, here's the first issue I have. So, medium armor master, you gain the following benefits. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20, so that's new. And dexterous wearer. While you're wearing medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your armor class if you have a dexterity score of 16 or higher. Alright, so 4. Let's go look up the original. Alright, medium armor master. Wearing medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on dexterity stealth checks. When you wear medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your armor class if you have a dexterity of 16 or higher. So they kept the last part and they dropped this first part. Wearing medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on your dexterity stealth checks, so I guess you're not wrong, Ricora. Yeah, but I mean, even then, I don't think we would have talked all that much in yesterday's stream, but I don't know. Maybe I just had too much coffee. But yeah, they dropped this part. And this is the big reason why I picked the feat up. Because Variolus wears adamantine half-plate armor. Oh, where they got equipment. Let's say 218. Okay, so yeah, half-plate armor. So 15 plus your dexterity modifier, max 2. Has disadvantage on stealth. But weighs 40 pounds, costs 750 gold pieces. And so yeah, when you take that feat into account, and she could add her 3-point dexterity modifier, that would give her an armor class of 18. The same as a full suit of plate armor, which otherwise has a strength requirement of 15. Also has disadvantage on stealth, right? Thank you, Ricora. Yeah, so the neat thing about medium armor master is that she would have the same armor class as if you were wearing full plate without the strength requirement. And prior to this new update, she did not have disadvantage on her stealth checks, which means I would not have to roll 2 20-sided die and pick the worst result. I would just roll the die normally. But now that's not really the case, you know. So I can give her half-plate armor, and again, still have the 18 AC, which is still nice, because she doesn't have a strength of 15, and I don't really intend to give her one. And of course, it weighs less, but I might just swap it out for an adamantine breastplate. Which, okay, so her armor class will drop 1 point, the same as with splint armor, but there's no stealth disadvantage. And the Drow are all about being sneaky, right? Yeah, I think normally she should probably have to wear like a chain shirt. Well, I guess a chain shirt would be better with the lore, but breastplate would make the most sense. But I still want her to have the feat though. So +1 dex. So let's see. Wearing medium armor doesn't impose disadvantage on your stealth checks. Well, not anymore. When you wear medium armor, you can add 3 rather than 2 to your armor class if your dexterity score is 16 or higher. Let's see here. Because I know I used, like... I thought I truncated this using, like, different kinds of spaces, but I guess not. Oh, yeah, here we go. I did, actually. That's a space. That's a space. Yeah, that's something else. Yeah, because sometimes I use a combination of like thin spaces or hair spaces instead of a regular space if I want to squeeze a sentence in. You know, have it fit on one line. Alright. We got that out of the way. Let's go on to the actor feat, which is still a +1 to charisma. Like, I don't... Yeah, I didn't add any bonuses yet. I didn't add the background bonuses either. Yeah, the wording on that one did change a little bit, though. Let's try two. No. Try 201. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, yeah, increase your charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. That's still the same, actually. Impersonation. While you're disguised as a real or fictional person, you have advantage on charisma, deception, or performance checks to convince others that you are that person. Mimicry. You can mimic the sound of other creatures, including speech. A creature that hears the mimicry must succeed on a wisdom insight check to determine the effect is faked. DC 8 plus your charisma modifier and proficiency bonus. Okay, well... Okay, I'll worry about the DC later. Actually, yeah, if I remember correctly, I think the new character sheets actually do have a section to list feats, kind of back in 3rd edition. Appearance, backstory, alignment. Yeah, it's the one marked number 2, along with species traits. Okay, but I'm still using the old character sheet where feats were considered optional. Well, what can we do here? Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Or maybe I'll just truncate it all into one big section for the most part. While you're disguised as a real or fictional person, you have advantage on charisma, deception, or performance checks to convince others that you are that person. You can mimic the sounds of other creatures, including speech. A creature that hears the mimicry must succeed on a wisdom insight check to determine the effect is... Yeah, it's no longer an opposed roll. So on a DC, I don't know, 8 plus your charisma modifier plus proficiency, so your proficiency is like, what, 6? Yeah, plus 6. That's 14 plus whatever a charisma mod will be. Okay. So I actually did save a little bit of room there. That's not bad. I'm pretty sure paladin equipment proficiency is going to be the same. Oh, let's just look it up anyway. Let's see, what do we got? Actually, you know, I gotta look up skill proficiencies anyway. Saving throw. Wisdom and charisma, I think that's the same. Yep, still there. Primary ability, strength and charisma. D10 hit die. Choose two. Athletics, insight, intimidation, medicine, persuasion, or religion. Well, I know I went with religion for her. That I do know. So, religion, paladin. I'll just say class. What else does she have? She's probably intimidation. Yeah. Yeah, because deception and stealth was from the custom background. And perception was for being an elf. So yeah, they'll use intimidation and religion. So it looks like that's going to stay the same. So I don't think I have to change that at all. Simple and martial weapons. Oh, maybe we can just do that then. Let's see. Light, medium, and heavy armor and shields. Yeah, I think I'll just keep it as all armor and shields. Because I technically can't really say all weapons because guns don't normally count. There actually is a feat about that. If I can find it. I could have sworn there actually was a... Because I know they do. I know they mentioned guns in the Dungeon Master's Guide at least. Actually, wait. Let me check it. Equipment anyway. Weapons. Okay, they actually list the pistol right here. And the musket. Yeah, martial range weapons. Blowgun, hand crossbow, heavy crossbow, longbow, pistol, musket. I guess guns are now default for D&D. I mean, I don't mind that, because, you know, you got... Pirates are kind of an aspect of fantasy in many ways, like The Princess Bride. Although, granted, I've actually read The Princess Bride book that predates the movie by like a decade. And by all rights, it should be more like a Three Musketeers kind of film, not Robin Hood. Because Wesley went off to the Americas to find his fortune, and the Dread Pirate Roberts attacked him off the coast of the Carolinas. So yeah, the fact that it looks like, you know, early medieval, like a Robin Hood story is way off. You know, like the soldiers of not Gilder, that was the other country, but you know, they should be wearing like tricorner hats and carrying muskets, not wearing chainmail and crossbows. But oh well. But yeah, I mean, yeah, because granted, there was actually a brief period in time where you had like, knights in full plate, armed with guns. You know, they were early guns, but that was actually a thing. Like, yeah, the Alternate History Hub actually, I think it was the Alternate History Hub that did a video on that. Like that very brief period of time, like the late 15th, early 16th century. I guess maybe I could just say she's proficient with all weapons then, right? Because, like, they don't really have exotic weapons anymore. That was a thing from 3rd edition for, like, really, really unusual stuff, like nets and spiked chains. Because actually, to go back to that reference to Waterdeep Dragon Heist, there actually were some Drow mercenaries who were armed with pistols. In fact, my necromancer character, what was his name? Doc Wagon, he actually obtained one of them. And he had a relevant feat to help him, which I guess he doesn't really need anymore. Let's see, crossbow expert, but... I got an idea. How about I do this? Control fine. Let's see what I get. Assuming this even works. I mean, yeah, it's still a fine movie. I'm not gonna rag on it too much. I just find the change of the setting to be really odd. That's all. It's kind of like how you might have like a movie that's supposed to take place in ancient Greece, but everyone's dressed more like they're from ancient Rome, which is a couple thousand years later. Oh no, yeah, I'm not gonna deny them the swordplay. Yeah, it's still a very fantastic movie, and yeah, the book's great too. Because actually, going off on a tangent here, the book actually shows a little bit more of the backstory for both Fezzik and Inigo. Yeah. It's like poor Fezzik was actually he became a giant while young, kind of like Andre, and I think his parents basically just sold him off to the circus. He's actually from Turkey. And yeah, you actually get a little bit of detail regarding Inigo's father, Domingo, and his friendship with a merchant before the whole Count Dugan, I think his name was, or Count Rugen, comes in. And actually, you in the book, early on, you actually meet the Count's wife. And she actually has the hots for Wesley for the brief time they're together. Okay, I guess that's it for guns, really. I guess there's nothing special. Pistol. Tinker's tools. Yeah, craft. Musket, pistol, bell, bullseye lantern. Wait, woodcarver's tools. Oh, ranged weapons except pistol, musket, and sling. Wait, a woodcarver can't make a sling? I guess because of the leather? I might as well pull them up, actually. These are PNG files. PDFs. Where is Doc Wagon? Yeah, I'm way off on a tangent here. Yeah, so see, this is what he had. The gunner feats from Tasha's Culture and everything. That's the most up-to-date version. Yeah, you have a quick hand and keen eye when employing firearms, granting you the following benefits. You gain proficiency with firearms. Alright, you ignore the loading property of firearms, very useful. And being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your range attack rolls. So, I'd say the feat's still very valid. I mean, I guess all it's missing now would be the ability score increase, right? So in that regard, yeah, I guess I can just say all weapons. Actually, how would I do this? Let's see if this is gonna work. Ooh, that's... Okay, I'm doing this wrong. I think it might flow a little bit better if I do this. All weapons, all armor, and shields. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, there's really not much of a difference between shields in this game. It's not like third edition where you have like half a dozen different kinds of shields, or like Ultima, for example. But I do like the artwork, though. That's very nice. And, you know, you got Hilda from Soul Calibur. Well, yeah, so I can do that. All weapons, all armor, shields. Whereas, like, say, in Quintessa's case, it's just simple weapons. And disguise kit, poisonous kit, thieves' tools. And so the poisonous kit comes from a background. I think disguise kit and thieves' tools were just, like, extra training, which required time and money. So actually, you know what? I should probably take this into account. Training, Dungeon Master's Guide, page 81, right? So disguise kit, thieves' tools. Yeah, because normally you start off with 3 languages, which for her would be, you know, Common, Thorasta, Drowic instead of Elvish, and then, you know, Drow Sign Language, which then would leave, let's see, Abyssal, Yotunavar, and Actually, I suppose it would make more sense for her to learn Undercommon as a default language and then learn Drowic. Or not Drowic, Drow Sign. Ooh. That's going to force this into another line. And it's going to be it's kind of a mess. But yeah, I think that would make a bit more sense. Like, if she's going to have Common as a default language, you should have Undercommon as a default language. Then again, if anything, Drowic, Drow Sign Language, and Undercommon should be her default because most Drow never learn regular Surface Common, you know, according to the lore. I'm getting too obsessive over this. And granted, Tasha's Cauldron and everything did have a variant rule where you guys should swap out racial languages, so there you go. Okay. That takes care of actor. Oh. You know, it's actually funny you mentioned that Rakora because in the Greyhawk setting, there's like this hero or quasi-deity named Merlin. You know, it's spelled differently from the Arthurian Merlin. It's Murlynd. He's basically a cowboy wizard who just ascended to at least partial godhood. And he actually does have his own order of paladins who also dress like cowboys and wield 6-shooters. Or firebrands as they call them. Oh... I wish I remember what page number, or at least what issue of Dragon magazine that was in. Because I actually am trying to come up with a paladin like that, in fact. Yeah, based on the character from Have Gun Will Travel. But I don't think I included that. Yeah, because granted, this character, she is very, very half-finished. Like, I gotta really work on that logo. I don't even think I mentioned Merlin yet. Yeah, firebrand, pistol, powder horn, 10 uses. He's also got a rapier, dagger, set of common clothes with a broad-brimmed hat, holy amulet of Merlin. Alright, well. Yeah, he's got the gunner feet. Let's see. Yeah, see, now I actually really want to go on a tangent here. See, I know it was in a 3rd edition book. I gotta say, I just don't remember what page. I think that's too early. No, not that one. Yeah, that was just a small section. That's not gonna be. That's about certain epic level classes. See, I'll know it because there's a picture of one of the paladins in the index. Oh, I found it. Page, well, it's technically 96, but a lot of these copies of Dragon Magazine have the ads taken out, so 96 doesn't mean anything. Yep, there we go. Found it. Let's see. Merlin, the White Paladins. Technology is an instrument of justice so long as the hand that wields it is true. Allies, followers of Heronius. Enemies, followers of Ayuz, and enemies of technology. Paladins or Merlin are the most esoteric holy warriors in all of the Flannes. They are in fact a distinctive, exceedingly rare sect of paladins of Heronius, and not truly consecrated by Merlin himself, for the original White Paladin still serves the Invincible One. However, like their infamous founder, they are an order outside regular society. They share Merlin's quirky interest in otherworldly mechanical devices and weapons, as well as his devotion to using this technology to aid the struggle of the good and lawful against the forces of evil. While the White Paladins share strong connections to the faith of Heronius, and were likely once standard aspirants to his order, their nonconformity drew them to the teachings of Merlin. Although their means are strange, they have a strong sense of honor and an unquenchable desire to see justice done and the wicked vanquished. Paladins of Merlin are all unique individuals, and their appearance reflects this fact. Their eccentricity prevents them from conforming to the regular code of conduct of the faith of Heronius, and they were drawn to the strange teachings of Merlin, the White Paladin. His followers usually wear a hodgepodge of strange armor and clothing, almost all of it self-developed and constructed for purposes only the Paladin himself knows. Foreign hats, odd breastplates, or shirts of chain in combination with leather breeches or pantaloons are common. One leather glove matched with a gauntlet might be employed in some cases, along with unusual iron-shod boots and other curious items in inscrutable combinations in others. Coloration is without limitation, although they all find a way to incorporate the six-pointed star of Merlin. Their weapons are nearly as odd as their dress and include strange crossbows and other unique ranged weapons. The more complex or technologically oriented the weapon, the more it is desired by these paladins. The most jealously guarded inventions of the White Paladins are called firebrands, remarkable, some think magical, devices that can fire small metallic balls with sufficient force to pierce flesh and penetrate hide at great distances. Merlin rose to prominence in the Flannes more than 2 centuries ago and accorded such luminaries as Zagi Ragorn and Keotum as his contemporaries. Their adventures are best recounted in the tome Tales of the Company of Seven by the mage bard Heward. The White Paladin now shares the company of his sire Heronius, as well as Celestian and other deities, often traveling the planes of existence in his search for knowledge and technology that might aid his eccentric quests. Merlin was a part of the plot, along with St. Cuthbert and the mage Zagig, that saw the demigod Ayuz confined to the dungeons of Greyhawk for a time. For that effort, he won the enduring enmity of the Dark Lord of Daraka, and the White Paladin still seeks his downfall. Ayuz has marked his sect for destruction. Merlin is currently engaged in a contretemps with the fiendish Saint Kargarth over a weapon known as the Quanon, which has drawn him away from Oath for a time. To a lesser degree, Merlin's holy warriors share his pursuits. They travel the Flannes in search of knowledge and technology that will aid their battle against the forces of evil. Firebrands are their greatest weapons and are highly prized. And they even have their own bonus unique feats, I think this was. Merlin speaks to you in dreams, whispering arcane alchemical formulae into your ears, and granting you the ability to make and wield firearms. Patron Merlin, prerequisite divine grace, benefit. You can purchase and use the weapons, which you call firebrands, listed on page 63, Renaissance Weapons, and table 64, Renaissance Grenade Weapons, on page 162 of the Dungeon Master's Guide. These weapons are not widely available, but Merlin's faithful keep a small underground market stocked with the appropriate weaponry, which they sell only to other members of the faithful. If you have the craft weaponsmith skill, I remember the craft skill, and you can craft these items. Pistols and muskets have a craft DC of 20, bullets have a craft DC of 10, bombs and smoke bombs have a craft DC of 15. Gunpowder, a non-magical substance which must be purchased or created in order for the guns or to work. Created in order for the guns or to work. Has an alchemy DC of 25. 1 ounce of gunpowder is needed to propel bullets. The cost of gunpowder related to bombs and smoke bombs is included in the prices listed in the guide. They're sold in small kegs, 15-pound capacity, 20 pounds total weight, and award resistant powder horns. If gunpowder gets wet, can't be used. This feat is not presently allowed in the Living Greyhawk campaign. Normal. Gunpowder has not yet been discovered on Oath. Special firearms are widespread in the campaign. This feat grants a +1 bonus to attack rolls made with firearms. Oh boy. Actually, if I remember correctly, I think you can visit Merlin's house in one of the old adventures. I think it might have been Dungeon Land. Maybe? I'm not really getting it. I'm not getting anything out of this yet. I mean, maybe there's the land behind the magic mirror. Could have been that one. Let's see here. Merlin's. Oh, yes, it'll probably be this one. Hey, an old font. Okay, just. Let's see. The door of the entry porch has a small brass plate beside it engraved with strange glyphs. Read languages will discover that the glyph states Dr. D.R. Merlin, FKO, MLG, TSA. And that's not Merlin, it's Merlind. The heavy mat in front of the entry also has strange writing on it. Welcome. I guess it's supposed to infer that English is not the common tongue of D&D. It's round room, parlor. I know he actually has some technology in his little abode here. Let's see. This Victorian-style room is filled with displayed collections of moths and butterflies and beetles, a light compilation of postage stamps from Earth up to circa 1953, Indian arrowheads, lance points, and similar lithic weaponry. I could have sworn he had like a VCR at some point. I got a clock of some kind. Dining room. Study. Pantry, conservatory, library. Lounge. Laboratory. Wow, it's a pretty good sized place. A witch ghost? Oh, isn't there a fur you can actually fight Merlin too? Let's see. The alerted Dr. D.R. Merlin, owner of the house, is opting on residence at the time. Whether or not he will return is a matter for each DM to decide. Merlin is rather a misfit anywhere, for he mixes magic and technology, often to the detriment of everything concerned. Merlin is a magic user of no small ability, and has alchemical spells and certain technological items that, in general, only he can employ. Yeah, here we go. Merlin's home has many modern conveniences as he cares to possess. The lights work if the generator is functioning. The water upstairs can be turned on from the cellar. The place contains a movie projector, film, phonograph, VCR, and many cassettes. If you're willing to go through your routine, feel free to include them. Yeah, this is like an old first edition adventure. An adventure in a wondrous place for characters levels 9 through 12. When did this come out? 1980. This adventure's as old as I am. Okay. I am really off track now, aren't I? Where even was I? Feats. That's right. Okay. Was it Xanathar's Guide? I can probably still give her Elven accuracy, because that actually works really well with her current combat setup. Because I gave Variolus the blind fighting style because of the Drow sensitivity to light. So the idea being is that even if she's caught out in bright light, she can still fight normally. Yeah, you have blind sight with a range of 10 feet. Within that range, you can effectively see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you're blinded or in darkness. Moreover, you can see an invisible creature within that range, unless the creature successfully hides from you. And so that means that if she casts the darkness spell, which even dark vision cannot penetrate, she'll be able to fight just fine because she can fight while blind. Any enemies nearby who cannot see through it will be effectively blinded. Their attack rolls will have disadvantage against her. Her attack rolls will have advantage against them. And this is where Elven accuracy comes in. Whenever you have an advantage on an attack roll using dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, you can re-roll one of the dice once. So it's like double advantage. Let's see. And yeah, so yeah, you increase dexterity, wisdom, or charisma by 1. So, Elven accuracy plus 1 charisma. So altogether, that would bring a charisma score to 17. Not the 18 she's currently at. I might actually have to drop Drow High Magic then. Because, by default, it doesn't give any ability score increases. And there really is no equivalent in this book. Like, the closest you get would be Ritual Caster. But I don't think she necessarily needs that. I mean, granted, I think the only thing she's going to lose out on is Levitate. And as far as I can tell, Drow aren't even in the monster manual anyway. Actually, would I even have room? Because, let's see, she got a proficiency of 6, so she would have 6 first-level ritual spells. And then, with 2 more from her Blackguard subclass. And then Fairy Fire, so that's 9 spells? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, and then 10th level will be Bane. Okay, well, yeah, if I take this away, the whole Drow High Magic reference here, that will leave room for one more spell like Divine Smite, so. I mean, I guess that could work. So yeah, because that'd be +1 to charisma. What do clerics have for ritual spells anyway? I don't think they actually have that many. Alright, first level cleric. So you got Detect Magic, Detect Poison and Disease, Purify Food and Drink, and that's it. So I'd probably pull everything else from like the Wizard class. Because, yeah, the new version of Ritual Caster doesn't specify what class you have to pull them from. Oh, that's Origin Feats. Let's see. Choose a number of level 1 spells equal to your proficiency bonus that have the ritual tag. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma by 1. Yeah, so it doesn't specify a class, unlike Magic Initiate. You always have those spells prepared, and you can cast them with any spell slots you have. The spell casting ability is the ability increased by the feat, so charisma. Whenever your proficiency bonus increases thereafter, you can add an additional level 1 spell with the ritual tag. The spell is always prepared with this feature. Yeah, so I could do that in lieu of Drow high magic. Because I think it's either that or I was going to give her skill expert. Because that way I could double up on religion, but I don't know what other skill to actually give her. Well, I guess athletics, because that's a paladin skill. Yeah, she doesn't even have persuasion. But I guess that's what intimidation is for. Yeah, and I think... So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for ritual caster, 2 for the subclass, 1 for magic initiate, and then divine smite as her 1 regular paladin spell. I think wait, is my math right? 1, 2. Oh, right, and then Fairy Fire, the Drow spell ability. Yeah, so Magic Initiate, Fairy Fire, and then Divine Smite. Yeah, so I had to delete this. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, Bane from Magic Initiate Cleric, Fairy Fire, so Detect Magic will just be one of the ritual spells. Okay, I can worry about that later. So in this case, we are now looking at +1 to dexterity, +3 to charisma. So that brings the charisma back up to 18, where it was before. And I'll still need to add 1 point to dexterity to bring it up to 16, the minimum to really benefit from medium armor master for racial or background bonuses now. I don't really need to, because adding... Yeah, because with background, you can add 2 to 1 score, 1 to 1 score, or 1 to all 3. In which case, I could probably just add 1 to wisdom to raise the modifier and then dump the other point into intelligence. It's either way, it's not going to do anything. Or, I mean, alternatively, with medium armor master, I could add 1 point to strength. And then just have the background ability add 1 point to... Or no, add 2 points to dex from the background, and then 1 point to strength. Because she doesn't really use strength for combat. She's a dexadin, as they call them. But that would increase our carrying capacity. I guess that's a thing. It'll help with the strength saving mod. I mean, that's... what were the old scores again? Variolus. Yeah, I didn't even refresh this. There we go. Yeah, again, it's a nice thing about having a web design background. I can make my own index pages. So we got 13, 16, 12. That's not it. 14, 16, 12. And then 10, 13, 18, 10, 14, 18. I guess that would be the most ideal situation. Okay, background. So we go dex +2, or +2 dex, +1 wisdom. And then medium armor master +1 strength. Let me double check. Yeah, increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Alright. Actor, +1 charisma. Elven accuracy will be +1 charisma. Control caster will be +1 charisma. That should work. And yeah, the skill should all be taken care of. So no change there. Alright, well, yeah, I should probably update Divine Smite here at least. While I'm on the page. Alright, here we go. Let's see. That's the wrong one. That's Divine Word. The target takes an extra 2d8 necrotic damage from the attack. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is a celestial or a fae. A fae. The damage increases by 1d8 for each spell slot level above 1. Let me add a little bit more to this. As a bonus action, after which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. I'm not really sure how I'm going to word this. Okay, because it was originally, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal an extra 2d8 necrotic damage to the target, plus 1d8 for each spell level higher than first, to a maximum of 5d8. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is a Fey or Celestial to a maximum of 6d8. Alright, well, I can at least take away the whole maximum thing. That's not really that's not a thing anymore. How did I word this spell for Quintessa here? Let's see. You cast Sorceress Energy at one creature or object within 120 feet. Make a ranged attack roll against the target. Yeah, because the wording here is really bland. On a hit, the target takes damage of a type you choose. Okay, how do the old players have a word this? That's the monster. Yeah, there it is. Okay, it's basically the same thing. Starting at 2nd level, when you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can expend 1 spell slot to deal radiant damage to the target, in addition to the weapon's damage. The extra damage is 2d8 for a 1st level spell slot, plus 1d8 for each spell level higher than first, to a maximum of 5d8. this is Quintessa still. I thought that looked a little odd. Yeah, it might help if I actually word wrap this. Spelled immediately wrong. How about this? You may cast this spell. Actually, wait. You may cast this spell as a bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. That could work. That could work. Okay. Divine Smite. You may cast the spell as a bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting the target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. The target takes an extra 2d8 necrotic damage from the attack. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is a celestial or a fae. The damage increases by 1d8 for each spell slot level above 1. Alright, that should work. Now, what do we have for improved Divine Smite? Yeah, 'cause at this point I should be done with feats. Let's say page 110. Yeah, I kind of want to skip ahead for the moment. Let's see, Faithful Steed. You can call in the aid of an otherworldly steed. You always have the Find Steed spell prepared. You can also cast a spell once without expending a spell slot, and you regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. I don't think they really changed that all that much. Let's see. You summon an otherworldly being that appears as a loyal steed in an unoccupied space of your choice within range. This creature uses the otherworldly steed stat block. Okay, that is new. If you already have a steed from the spell, the steed is replaced by the new one. This steed resembles a large rideable animal of your choice, such as a horse, a camel, a direwolf, or an elk. Whenever you cast a spell, choose the steed's creature type, celestial, fae, or fiend, which determines certain traits in the stat block. Let's see. So if it's a fiend, it gets Fell Glare. Recharges after a long rest, wisdom saving throw. DC equals your spell save DC. One creature within 60 feet of the steed. Okay, no. One creature within 60 feet the steed can see. Failure, the target has a frightened condition until the end of your next turn. The steed is an ally to you in combat. Shares your initiative count, and it functions as a controlled mount while you ride it. If you have the incapacitated condition, the steed takes a turn immediately after yours and acts independently, focusing on protecting you. The steed disappears if it drops to 0 hit points or if you die. When it disappears, it leaves behind anything it was wearing or carrying. If you cast a spell again, you decide whether you summon the steed that disappeared or a different one. Using a high-level spell slot, use the spell slot's level for the spell's level in the stat block. Okay. But I think it would still make sense for her to find Greater Steed from Xanathar's Guide. I mean, I'm going to have to play around with this a bit, but... Because, yeah, she's not summoning a fiendish horse or dire wolf, he's summoning a giant spider, which has quite a few special abilities all on its own. Actually, I think this book might have giant spider stats. Giant badger. Yeah, giant spider. Unaligned large beast, challenge rating 1. Horse, camel, dire wolf. How does that compare? Dire wolf, challenge rating 1. Okay, that's the same. What about horse? Oh, they don't actually have horse stats. What? Hawk, imp, mastiff. Yeah, it's a type of dog. Well, that's... Well, let me check. Maybe it's under warhorse. Oh, yeah, warhorse. Challenge rating 1/2. Okay. Actually, did they actually have camel? Challenge rating 1/8. Oh, dear. Or an elk. And you got a kitty. Elk. Challenge rating 1/4. Yeah, I guess by default, if you wanna use fine seed, you probably stick with a warhorse or a not even a warhorse. Cause what was the warhorse again? Challenge rating 1. You probably want to stick with a dire wolf then, because that's got a challenge rating of 1. Yeah, it's got the pack tactics ability. That's really good. The wolf has advantage on an attack roll against a creature if at least one of the wolf's allies is within 5 feet of the creature, and the ally doesn't have the incapacitated condition. Ah, that'd be really nasty as a steed. What level is Fine Steed again? It's level 2. Ah, yeah, maybe I could just do that then. Because yeah, if the dire wolf is considered to be an appropriate choice, yeah, such as, and has a challenge rating of 1, and a giant spider is a challenge rating of 1. Oh, I don't think it has blind sight anymore though. I guess he did kind of weaken it a little bit. Yeah, there's a giant spider there. Let's see if I can... Okay, so let's see. Armor class 14. Armor class 14. Hit points 26. Still the same. Speed's the same, 30. Climb 30. Initiative plus... That's my emails. Oops. Initiative plus 3. It's got dexterity plus 3, so it's probably the same. Strength 14. Dex 16. Con 12. 14, 16, 12, 2, 11, 4. 2, that's still the same. Perception went up, plus 4. Stealth is still the same, 7. Yeah, dark vision 60 feet. It used to have blind sight 10 feet. Doesn't have that anymore. But yeah, passive perception went up. No languages. Challenge rating 1. So already it's not quite as good as it used to be. What the heck does PB plus 2 mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know. I know what XP means, but I don't know what PB plus 2. Oh well. What we got? Spider climb. The spider can climb difficult surfaces, including along ceilings, without needing to make an ability check. Same thing. Alright. Web walker. The spider ignores movement restrictions caused by webs and knows the location of any other creature in contact with the same web. Same thing. Wait. While in contact with a web, the spider knows the exact location of any other creature in contact with the same web. Okay, so they just combined Web Sense and Web Walker into one ability. Bite's the same. Webbing is the same. Yeah, so all is really missing is Blind Sight. Okay. Yeah, I might do that then. I might just drop Find Greater Steed and just treat it as regular Find Steed. Now, what was I actually looking for? I think it's like Improved Divine Smite, but I don't think they call it that anymore. I think it's this one now. Radiant Strikes. Your strikes now carry supernatural power when you hit a target. When you hit a target with an attack roll using a melee weapon or an unarmed strike, the target takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. All right. Radiant. No. Necrotic strikes. Again, to stick with the whole Blackguard flavor. Your strikes now carry supernatural power. When you hit a target with an attack roll using a melee weapon or an unarmed heartburn strike, the target takes an extra 1d8 necrotic damage. Okay, let's see what I can do here. Because I usually use a website to make Unicode small caps, but I don't have it open. That's also why I include it here. So this way, it can still stand out. All right, and that's right. I gotta take away the whole attack bonuses from this thing. So that drops down to 9. Yeah, no more enhancement bonuses for her weapons. I don't think this is lined up. Or how about I just do this? Okay. So, yeah, I wrote adamantine dagger here. So that should fit. There, I just don't have the little cross icon. Yeah, because Elven Curve Blade is kind of a long name. I mean, that could technically work. It looks a little awkward, but... Yeah, replace the half plate with breastplate. Yeah. I'm gonna say it's breastplate one word or two. Because she got a lot of stuff on her and it's already kind of squeezed in there. Oh, actually, it does treat breastplate as one word. That's convenient. So now she just has a regular adamantine elven curved blade and an adamantine dagger. But other than that, her equipment should still be the same. Alright, yeah, I got to update her ability scores. So wisdom and strength are now 14. So that goes up 1 point. This goes up 1 point. 2 for animal handling. 2 for athletics. 2 for insight. Medicine. 1 more point for perception. 1 point for survival. Passive is now 18. And so what was it? Proficiency plus 8. So this DC for the actor feat should be 18. Now, what else do we have for features? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they got this whole new weapon mastery feature now. I'm actually not used to that one. So let's see, spell casting. You prepare the list of level 1 plus spells that are available for you to cast with this feature. To start, choose 2 level 1 paladin spells. Heroism and Searing Smite are recommended. So because she's 17th level, she can prepare up to 14 spells. What was the... Oh, hey, Rocky. Welcome. I meant to do a spider. That's alright. Force of habit. What was the old list? Okay, choose a number of paladin spells equal to your charisma modifier plus half your paladin level rounded down, minimum of 1 spell. So let's see, 17, 16, 8, 12. So she gains 2 more spells she can prepare. Yeah, it used to be 12, now it's 14 by default. Alright, she can use Channel Divinity 3 times a day? Wait, really? You can use this class's Channel Divinity twice. You regain one of its expended uses when you finish a short rest, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. You gain an additional use when you reach Paladin level 11. Okay, that's new. Because usually that was only applied to clerics. Yeah, Channel Divinity 2 recharges after a short or long rest. Let's see here. No. Here we go. I'll copy this. Yeah, you regain one of its expended uses when you finish a short rest, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay. Well, yeah, so I already have that partially listed. So now she got 3 uses instead of 1. Okay, that's new. Spell slots per level. I'm pretty sure that's still the same. 4, 3, 3, 3, 1. 4, 3, 3, 3, 1. Yeah. Something like that. Lay on hands. I'm pretty sure that's the same. Let's see, your Blessed Touch can heal wounds. You have a pool of healing power that replenishes when you finish a long rest. With that pool, you can restore a total number of hit points equal to 5 times your paladin level. So, lay on hands, 85. As a bonus action, you can touch a creature, which could be yourself, and draw power from the pool of healing to restore a number of hit points to that creature up to the maximum amount remaining in the pool. You can also expend 5 hit points from the pool of healing power to remove the poison condition from the creature. Those points don't also restore hit points to the creature. Alternatively, you can spend 5 hit points from your pool of healing to cure the target of 1 disease, or neutralize 1 poison affecting it. You can cure multiple diseases and neutralize multiple poisons with a single use of Lay on Hands, expending hit points separately for each one. This feature has no effect on undead and constructs. I guess that part's no longer true. So she can't cure disease. Is that still a thing then? Oh, wait, I put the old... That's a good question. Disease. See Magical Contagions, page 61. Alchemists, potion brewers, and areas of wild magic are credited with creating the first magical contagions. An outbreak of such a contagion can form the basis of an adventure as characters search for a cure and try to stop the contagion's spread. So I guess they don't want disease to be easily cured anymore. Cackle fever, sewer plague, sight rot. I could have sworn there's like a spell specific for that. Let's see. Cure wounds. Protection from poison. Greater restoration. It was like cleanse or something like that. Mass cure wounds. I mean, you got detect poison disease. I'm pretty sure that's still around. Yeah, for the duration you stunt the location of poisons, poisonous or venomous creatures, and magical contagions within 30 feet of yourself. You sense the kind of poison, creature, or contagion in each case. Alright, what about the restoration spells? Now I'm really confused. Let's see. Greater Restoration. You touch a creature and magically remove one of the following effects from it. 1 exhaustion level, the charmed or petrified condition, a curse including the target's attunement to a cursed magic item, any reduction to one of the target's ability scores, any reduction to the target's hit point maximum. What about lesser? You touch a creature and one condition on it. Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. I mean, maybe I'm thinking of 3rd edition where I got a spell specifically about curing diseases. Yeah, it's a pain to go through my old player's handbook because I got caught in the rain once. So the page is kind of stiff. Okay, no, those spells are the same. They didn't change. Oh, well, welcome back, Daniel. I hope you're not. I hope it's not costing you a lot of money losing data like that. Let's see. Alright, I really shouldn't worry about that. So yeah, lay on hands cannot cure magical conditions anymore. Okay, it's a shame. Do they still have Divine Sense, I wonder? I'll worry about that later. Okay, I mean, I guess you can't really see a Cursed Touch, but your Blessed Touch can heal wounds. You have a pool of healing power that indigestion replenishes when you've... I already had them listed, you know. 85 recharges after a long rest. So I'll skip that part. With that pool, you can restore hit points. Let's see. Yeah, you have a pool of healing power with which you can restore hit points. As a bonus action, so that's new. It was just a regular action before. You can touch a creature, which could be yourself, and draw power from the pool of healing to restore a number of hit points to that creature up to the maximum amount remaining in the pool. You can also expend 5 hit points from the pool of healing power to remove the poison condition from the creature. Those points don't also restore hit points to the creature. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah, so I guess now Lay on Hands does work on undead and constructs. Okay. So let's see, we've got spell casting. Alright, well. I think it's largely the same though. Shows how many spell slots, that's still the same. Her number of prepared spells have gone up a little bit. Weapon mastery, fighting style, channel divinity. I don't think they have divine sense anymore. Really? I mean, because granted, there is a spell called Detect Good and Evil, which I guess is kind of sort of the same thing, right? Yeah, Detect Evil and Good. For the duration, you can sense the location of any aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of yourself. You can also sense whether the Howl spell is active there, and if so, where. The spell is blocked by 1 foot of stone, dirt, or wood, 1 inch of metal, or a thin sheet of lead. How did this work before? 5 recharges after a long rest. As an action, you can open your awareness to detect good and evil forces until the end of your next turn. You know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you that's not behind total cover. You know the type of any being whose presence you can sense but not its identity. Within the same range, you can also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hallow spell. That's probably why. Yeah, I think they just dropped it. Yeah, if another paladin feature gives you spells that you always have prepared, those spells don't count against the number of spells you can prepare with this feature for those spells otherwise. But those spells otherwise count as paladin spells for you. Let me get a drink. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace one spell on your list with another paladin spell for which you have spell slots, so that's still the same. Charisma is your spellcasting ability for your paladin spells, still the same. You can use a holy symbol as a spellcasting focus, that's still the same. Okay, so yeah, no more divine sense. This whole block is just gone. Yeah, now here's one of the new things. Oop. Yeah, weapon mastery. Your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery properties of 2 kinds of weapons of your choice with which you have proficiency, such as long swords and javelins. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change the kind of weapons you choose. For example, you could switch to using the mastery properties of halberds and flails. Now, the problem with Variolus is that her weapon doesn't exist in this book. The Elven curved blade. So I'm not really sure what would be appropriate for that. Let's see here. Let's try. So here we go with weapons, and here's the list of masteries that are associated with them. Oh. Martial melee weapon. So a long sword has the sap quality. Great sword has graze. Scimitar would actually probably be the closest though. 1d6 slashing with a nick property. Because it's a light finesse slashing weapon. And the Elven Curblade is a 2-handed finesse slashing weapon. What's a dagger have? Yeah, dagger also has nick. And that's really all she has in terms of weapons, just dagger and nick. Let's see, nick. Or not, dagger and the elven curved blade. When you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. You can make this extra attack only once per turn. Alright, so that's not really going to work because the elven curved blade is not a light weapon. So I guess like basically, if you're doing 2-weapon fighting with light weapons, this essentially gives you a free attack instead of as a bonus action. Which is kind of how it went before. Alright, and then what do we have for... Yeah, greatsword is graze. Longsword is sap. Let's see, sap. If you hit a creature with this weapon, that creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of your next turn. I mean, it sounds like something an elven blade might do. Graze. If your attack roll with this weapon misses a creature, you can deal damage to that creature equal to... If your attack roll with your weapon misses a creature, you can deal damage to that creature equal to the ability modifier used to make the attack roll. This damage is the same type dealt by the weapon, and the damage can be increased only by increasing the ability modifier. So basically, even if she misses an attack, she does some damage. I mean, that's not bad either, but... I feel like thematically sap would make the most sense. Especially since in the Dungeon Master's Guide, the previous one at least, you know, they did have a section on wuxia weapons. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. And basically their equivalents, like say, when they listed katana, they just said, just use a longsword. So I think sap would probably make the most sense. Let's see these. So I think what I could do then is weapon, mastery, nick. Weapon, mastery. Okay, wait, should I use an M dash or should I use... I think parentheses would make the most sense. That's what I did for fighting style. Okay. When you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. You can make this extra attack only once per turn. If you hit a creature with this weapon, that creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of your next turn. Let's see. And let's make this look a little bit more appropriate. I really should just have the page open. Granted, I wish being able to type into forms that would allow me to actually have like bold and italic text. I wouldn't have to do this at all, but it's not how it seems to really work for this kind of thing. let's see, letter K. R. ST. I think that just leaves Y. Yeah, that should be it. I did say 2, right? Yeah, your train with weapons allows you to use the mastery properties of 2 kinds of weapons of your choice. Alright. I think I might be reading this wrong a little bit. Of 2 kinds of weapons of your choice, with which you have proficiency such as long swords and javelins. And when you finish a long rest, you can change the kinds of weapons you choose. For example, you could switch it using the mastery property for halberds and flails. Okay, so it's not so much nick and sap. It's more like, you know, Elven curved blade. Well, dagger. And Elven curved blade. Was it curve or curve? Yeah, they just, okay, there's no extra D. Alright. What's next? I think about page 109. Alright, fighting style. You gain the fighting style feat of your choice. Instead of choosing one of those feats, you can choose the option below. Blessed Warrior. You learn 2 cleric cantrips of your choice. Guidance and Sacred Flame are recommended. The chosen cantrips count as paladin spells for you, and Charisma is your spellcasting ability for them. Whenever you gain a paladin level, you can replace one of these cantrips with another cleric cantrip. But she already has the Magic Initiate feat, which is basically that with an extra level 1 spell. So I'm just going to keep the blind fighting ability. Let's see. Where was the section of fighter feats? 209. Here it goes. Here it is. It's coming up. You have blind sight with a range of 10 feet. That's all it really says. Alright, well, let me actually look up blind sight. I'll just copy that portion. Oh yeah, and they brought back the whole bloodied condition from 4th edition. A creature is bloody while it has half its hit points or fewer remaining. Let's see, 360. Okay, if you have blind sight, you can see within a specific range without relying on physical sight. And I can actually get rid of the that asterism because it's no longer relying on Tasha's Cauldron. You can see within, was it 10 feet? Ten feet. Let me double check. Like, I literally just said it like 5 minutes ago, too. Yeah, you have blind sight with a range of 10 feet, alright. You can see within 10 feet without relying on physical sight. Oh, hey, Stefferson. See, I can't say about any recent D&D board games. I mean, I know there's like one back in like the 80s. I think there were like a couple back in the 80s actually. But like, the problem is like I haven't been to the local game store in basically a year until I bought the new rule books, which is why I'm surprised I still had any store credit. I mean, I'm thankful that it kept it for this long. Might as well go off on another tangent. They actually do have rules for Dragon Chess. Well, sort of. Because Gary Gygax published them in the 100th issue of Dragon Magazine. And so I made a separate PDF for it, so... Yeah, here's the actual rules for playing Dragon Chess as mentioned in the current player's handbook. Like, not even just how to play, but even how to like, basically make your own boards and pieces. Yeah, you got Warrior, you got the Oliphant, Unicorn, Thief. So you're not going to be using just the default chess pieces. And they all have their own little properties to them. Like, mages can basically teleport to a degree. You got Paladins. And then you got Gord the Rogue and Rex Phyllis the Cat Lord. Although I don't know which one's which. But as for recent board games, I'm not sure. I think I did see the Castle Ravenloft in stores though, or again at least at the game store. And see, now that you bring that up, how did Castlevania get away with ripping off this artwork, right? Like, let me look it up. I'm really going off on a tangent here. Castlevania 2. What was that? Simon's Quest, I think it was called. Images. Go with this. Like, look at this. View an image. How about that? Ooh, that's not good. Retro games. All right, well. What? No, I don't. Ah, crap. No, I don't want to relay products. I just want the picture. Thank you. All right, yeah. So, yeah, for those who may not know, Konami, when they made Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, they ripped off the artwork from Ravenloft, the original AD&D module that would eventually become its own setting. I mean, look at this. You still got the whole spire there. You know, I mean, they changed how, Count Strahda's position in a way, the way he's facing the player. You got the gargoyles, right? You got the balcony. I keep hitting the wrong keys. Okay, I guess they changed how the balcony looked a little bit, right? But it's the same bloody image. All right, where was I? That's right, the whole blindside thing. Yeah, we're definitely getting blindsided. Within that range, you can see anything that isn't behind total cover, even if you have the blinded condition or are in darkness. Moreover, in that range, you can see something that has the invisible condition. Okay, it uses a little bit less text, but there you go. Yeah, fighting style, blind fighting, which again I think would be appropriate for a Drow. Oop, so I could probably just take that off the list. Ooh, I must have did some line breaks here. What the hell? Oh, I see. I think I use a hair space and a thin space instead of a regular space. Yeah, I mentioned that before. So I can truncate the sentence a bit. A little too far there. I think I did that wrong. Now it should be normal. Oh yeah, wow, the paladins don't even have cleansing touch anymore. Now that's a good question. Okay, they just call it restoring touch. Come on. When you use lay on hands on a creature, you can also remove one or more of the following conditions from the creature: blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, or stunned. You must expend 5 hit points from the healing pool of lay on hands. For each of these conditions you remove, those points don't also restore hit points to the creature. That's way different. Because this was cleansing touch. You can use your action to end one spell on yourself or on one willing creature that you touch. So basically dispel magic. So that's gone. Yeah, D&D's still going. I mean, I hear these new books aren't selling quite as well as before. I mean, I mentioned this the last stream, the last time I streamed this. I will give them this, right? The new Player's Handbook, the new Dungeon Master Guide, they're all $50, which is the same price as they were back in 2014. So again, when you take into account the number of pages and inflation, they're actually, technically speaking, cheaper than they were 10, 11 years ago. So I will give them that. They didn't increase the prices, right? It's just kind of scary when you think about that. Oh, $50 isn't a whole lot of money anymore. Sort of. I mean, it is, but it's not. But yeah, wow, I've been at this for 4 hours now. Yeah, because most stuff is still the same, but there are a lot of things that are different now. Like I just pointed out, that cleansing touch has been replaced by a new, completely different feature. Let's see. Well, what else we have? Okay. Paladin subclass, so that's already taken care of. Oh, I found Divine Sense. I found it. It's okay, so it's not a unique feature anymore. It's just part of Channel Divinity. Oh no, and I just deleted that whole bloody thing. Oh crap. I mean, at least I got a whole bunch of empty space here. Okay. Yeah, as a bonus action, you can open your awareness to detect celestials, fiends, and undead for the next 10 minutes or until you have the incapacitated condition. You know the location of any creature of those types within 60 feet of yourself, and you know its creature type. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated as with the... Yeah, it's the same feature, it just folded it into Channel Divinity. If a Channel Divinity effect requires a saving throw, the DC equals your spell save DC. Yeah, you can channel divine energy directly from the outer planes using it to fuel magical effects. You start with one such effect, Divine Sense. I missed this part. I missed it. Which is described below. Other paladin features give additional channel divinity effect options. Each time you use this class of channel divinity, you choose which effect from the class to create. You can use it initially twice, and then at level 11 3 times. Oh man, I gotta type this all out again. Crap. Okay. Well, first, let me fix up the title. I use a lot of repeating letters, so it's not a big deal. And I think that's usually superscript S. I'm not really sure if that's actually is its own letter, or if it's just a lowercase s. As a bonus action, you can open your awareness to detect I cannot type, fiends and undead for the next 10 minutes or until you have the incapacitated condition. You know the location of any creature of those types within 60 feet of yourself, and you know its creature type. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hallow spell. Okay, how's that gonna fit here? So it's like just 4 spots. Oopsies. What we got here then? Alright. And let's add a bullet point. Okay, that should fit in a little bit better. Yeah, so Divine Sense is now its own thing. Ooh, I should probably update this to Control Undead and Dreadful Aspect. I'm guessing these kind of things will probably be called magic actions now or something like that. Let me look at the other paladin abilities. What do they got for these subclasses? Let's see. Sacred Weapon for the Oath of Devotion as an attack action. You can spend 1 use of your channel divinity to imbue 1 melee weapon that you're holding with positive energy. Wait a minute. Inspiring Smite. Oh, this is Oath of Glory. Immediately after you cast Divine Smite, you can expend 1 use of your channel divinity and distribute temporary hit points to creatures of your choice within 30 feet of yourself, which can include you. Wait, what? Immediately after you cast Divine Smite, you can expend 1 use of your channel divinity and distribute temporary hit points to creatures of your choice within 30 feet of yourself, which include you. The total number equals 2d8 plus your paladin level divided among the chosen creatures however you like. Okay, then you got bonus spells. Okay, level 3, Peerless Athlete. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 use of your channel divinity to augment your athleticism. For 1 hour, you have advantage on strength, athletics, and dexterity acrobatics checks, and the distance of your lawn and high jumps increased by 10 feet. This extra distance costs movement as normal. So Oath of Glory seems to have basically 2 extra channel divinity features, but I think Oath of Devotion only has 1 secret weapon. Oh, well, yeah, so I mean, that's the thing, Daniel. I'm not really playing Dungeons and Dragons per se. I'm just kind of trying to update my character. So, you know, the thing about it is like it's one thing like to play Pokemon, like to do battles with them. It's another thing to, like, say, plan out how you're gonna raise a Pokemon, like the abilities, its attacks, its items, that sort of thing. Like how you're gonna plan out the team. I'm basically sort of in the what you could say the planning stage. Yeah, I'm not actually playing the game Dungeons and Dragons. I'm just trying to update my characters to the newest version of the rule sets. And yeah, again, the issue with Variolus here is that she's using the old Oathbreaker from the previous Dungeon Master's Guide, which really isn't in the new Dungeon Master's Guide. Oh dear. It's like, do I give her 1 extra ability or 2? I never even thought about that. Because, like, for something like Control Undead, Let me look at clerics then, because they also have this kind of feature. So I want to say I have to call this like a magic action, using their new terminology. Yeah, okay, so here, like clerics that turn undead. As a magic action, you present your holy symbol and censure undead creatures. So as a magic action, you target one, and again, this is kind of capitalized now. Undead creature you can see within 30 feet of you. The undead must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the undead must obey your commands for the next 24 hours or until you use this channel divinity option again. An undead whose challenge range is equal to or greater than your Blackguard level, so I guess that probably capitalized at this point, is immune to this effect. Dreadful aspects, probably the same thing. As a magic action, you channel the darkest emotions and focus them into a burst of magical menace. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw if it can see you. On a failed save, the target is frightened of you for 1 minute. I'm guessing it's probably going to be capitalized as well. Or probably talking about like the frightened condition. If a creature frightened by this effect ends its turn more than 30 feet away from you, it can attempt another wisdom saving throw to end the effect on it. Okay, Oath of Vengeance actually has something like this, but that's part of its 20th level ability. Whenever an enemy starts its turn in your aura of protection, that creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the frightened condition for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. Attack rolls against a frightened creature have advantage. On a failed save, the target, let's just say this, has the frightened condition for 1 minute. So that should be updated, yeah. But if it's now normal for paladins to only have 1 extra ability besides Divine Sense, I'd probably take off Control Undead then. Because, you know, if you go back to that Blackguard NPC stats, they had Dreadful Aspect, but they didn't have Control Undead. I might have to do that. Because, you know, without going through all these Oath subclasses word for word, that seems to be the case. Yeah, because the Oath of Vengeance has Valve Enmity. Oath of Glory has Peerless Athlete and Inspiring Smite. But that seems to be more of a Smite feature, really. I guess just because Peerless Athlete isn't really all that powerful. Oath of the Ancients has Nature's Wrath. As a magic action, you can spend one use of a channel divinity to conjure spectral vines around nearby creatures. And so this will restrain them. And then you got a feature Aura of Warding, Undying Sentinel, and Elder Champion. Yeah, I might have to do that. I might have to just... I think I'll do that. I'll just dump Control Undead then. Oh, let's see here. What was it? 1, 2, 3. I mean, upside, that might mean I just have room to actually write a little description about Lloth. Yeah, because I think Aura of Hate will be largely the same. You, as well as any fiends and undead within 10 feet of you, gain a bonus to melee weapon damage rolls equals to your charisma modifier. I think melee gets capitalized in this regard. I'm not even really sure at this point. Yeah, Paladin Smite. You always have the Divine Smite spell prepared. In addition, you can cast it without expending a spell slot, but you must finish a long rest before you can cast it in its way again. So it's kind of like magic initiate in that regard. Okay, yeah, melee gets capitalized, weapon does not. You go to your charisma. One. Capital B, Blackguard. Bludgeoning. I'm thinking bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing also gets capitalized. I don't know about non-magical, though. Well, there's a spell that makes non-magical weapons magical, so... let's see. Magic weapon. You touch a non-magical weapon. Okay, it's lowercase. Until spell ends, that weapon becomes a magic weapon with a +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls. This spell ends early if you cast it again. And if you cast it with a high level spell slot, the bonus goes up. Nah, yeah, it's alright, Daniel. It's alright. Like I said, I gotta try to say, yeah. Yeah, if you want to see a game being played, this is not the stream for that. I'm just kind of going over the character sheet. Yeah, because I'm not really explaining how the game is played. Sorry. Does advantage get capitalized? A lot of terminology in this game is being capitalized now, and it is kind of throwing me off. Ugh. Let me look up heroic inspiration. That might tell me. No, it doesn't tell me. Yeah, advantage gets capitalized. Like, what is this, German? Whenever you have advantage on an attack roll using charisma or dexterity, you can reroll one of the dice. I think it's going to look correct. Oh no. I guess in this instance, attack roll is not capitalized. An attack action would be, but attack roll isn't. I just want some consistency, that's all. Okay, I did Superior Dark Vision already. I did, oh yeah, see there's capital A for Fey Ancestry. Okay. Oh, thank you, Daniel. I'll take that as a compliment. I mean, actually, all things considered, I should be almost done with updating her. I'm not really sure what else to go through here. Okay, Lay on Hands, I did. Spellcasting, Weapon Mastery, figure that one out, more or less. Fine Style, Paladin Smite, so I got that listed on a spell list. We just did Channel Divinity and kind of going through the Paladin subclass. Extra Attack, Faithful Steed. I mean, I probably don't really need the Faithful Steed class feature written down. Yeah, you can call in the aid of an otherworldly steed. You always have the Find Steed spell prepared. You can also cast a spell once without expending a spell slot and regain the ability to do so when you finish a long rest. So I'm not going to worry about that. I'll just add it to the spell list later. Aura of Protection. Here we go. I don't think they're going to change this all that much, aside from, again, the wording. You radiate a protective, unseeable aura in a 10-foot emanation that originates from you. The aura is inactive while you have the incapacitated condition. Thank you. See, I don't get it. Just say the incapacitated condition. You can't just say while you're unconscious, right? Like, I get that it's a game, but I feel like it's going a little too far. You and your allies in your aura gain a bonus to saving throws equal to your charisma modifier, minimum bonus of +1. If another paladin is present, a creature can benefit from only one aura protection at a time. The creature chooses which aura while in them. Yeah, let me... The creature chooses which aura while in... That's... Hey, I guess if you got two paladins with two different bonuses... So I might actually have to update her Aura of Hate then. Because it says a creature can benefit from this feature from only one Blackguard at a time. The creature chooses which aura while in them. I guess that makes sense, right? Okay. Aura of Protection. That's what I was looking at, right? Oopsies. Yeah, whenever you or a friendly creature within 10 feet of you makes a saving throw, the creature gains a bonus to the saving throw equal to your charisma modifier minimum +1 while you are conscious. Yeah, they made this thing a lot wordier. Okay. You radiate a protective, unseeable aura in a 10-foot emanation that originates from you. The aura is inactive. Well, you had the incapacitated condition. Let me just try to bunch this into one big paragraph. You and your allies in the aura gain a bonus to saving throws equal to your charisma modifier. I don't think I really need to add a minimum bonus of +1, you know, because our charisma modifier is a 4. if another now paladin is present, a creature can benefit from only one aura of protection at a time. The creature chooses which aura while in them. Yeah, that's a lot of extra text. Alright, well that takes care of that. Let's see, subclass feature. Abjure foes. As a magic action, you can expend one use of this class's channel divinity to overwhelm foes with awe. As you present your holy symbol or weapon, you can target a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of one creature, that you can see within 60 feet of yourself. Each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the frightened condition for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. While frightened in this way, a target can do only one of the following on its turns. That's basically her dreadful aspect, isn't it? As a magic action, you channel the darkest emotions and focus them into a burst of magical menaces. You can target a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier that you can see within 60 feet. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of your must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed state, the target has a frightened condition for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. While frightened in this way, a target can do only one of the following on its turns: move, take an action, or take a bonus action. Yeah, this is the frightened. This is a dreadful aspect. So now they just gave it to all the paladins, and they did alter it slightly. Oh wow. So I took away that undead control thingy for nothing. That's wonderful. That's just great. That's great. Oh, where's the old Variolus? Because I'm not going to type it all back out. Control undead. Let's pop this back on. Alright, let me just refresh this again. Yeah. I don't think I really need Quintessa as a template anymore, but... Okay. Abjure foes. I mean, I guess I should be kind of thankful. Let's make sure she does have both of her old channel divinity features. I just wish I had noticed this earlier, that's all. So much for being almost done. Yeah, I'll do this. Okay. Here it is. As a magic action, you can expend one use of this. I'm pretty sure you don't usually add an S when you're pluralizing words that end in S, but I'm going to ignore that. Channel divinity to overwhelm foes with awe. Class, this is as you present your unholy symbol or weapon. You can target a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier. You can target 4 creatures, because that's what a modifier is, that you can see within 60 feet of yourself. So yeah, fewer enemies but greater reach. Each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the frightened condition for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. While frightened in this way, a target can do only one of the following actions. Oh no, do any of the following on its turns. I'm getting kind of worn out. Move, take an action, or take a bonus action. Kind of like the not really the dying, the disabled condition from Ultimate 3rd edition. Alright, well, it took up the same amount of space at least. Alright, take care, Daniel. I guess I am pretty sure I'm almost done with this, so I don't know how long I'm gonna be at this anymore. Okay, what about Aura of Courage? Oh, I forgot to delete the old version of Aura Protection. Order of Courage. Wait a minute, I'm confused. Was that a default paladin ability? Let me look at Valentine. Because she was the Oath of Devotion, like the stereotypical default lawful good paladin, like from 3rd edition. There's the old player's handbook. Where's the paladin section? Making a ranger. Oath of the Ancients, Oath of Vengeance, Devotion. Did I delete this by mistake? Starting at 10th level, you and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you can't be frightened while you are conscious. There's Divine Health, so I still have that. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I think I deleted Aura of Courage by mistake. Oops. Instead of Aura of Protection. Gain a plus for a bonus to saving throws. There you go. Okay. Aura of... Another thing I gotta type back out again. Yeah, I'll do this. How I used to do it back in the day. Makes it easier to keep track of what letters I'm replacing. And then, where's the E? Yeah, it's right next to it. Aura of Courage. Alright, well, what's it like now? Let me close some of this stuff out. Alright. You and your allies have immunity to the frightened condition while in your aura of protection. If a frightened ally enters the aura, that condition has no effect on that ally while there. So they added a little bit more to it, but Radiant Strikes, I did that already. Just change the damage typing. Okay, now I gotta do Restoring Touch. And then that should be it, because she's level 17, so she's not gonna have the Aura expansion or the Epic Boon. Let's see here. Because granted, I can just do this. Copy. Paste. Okay. E. S. R. Yep. T. And then ING. Alright, so what does this new feature do? When you use Lay on Hands on a creature, you can also remove one or more of the following conditions from the creature: blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, or stunned. You must expend 5 hit points from the healing pool of Lay on Hands for each of these conditions you remove. Those points don't also restore hit points to the creature. So let's delete Cleansing Touch. That's gone. Try this again. And I'll pop this right underneath Lay on Hands. Okay. I think for class features and subclass features, I think that's it. So I got the stat block for Divine Smite, more or less. And the bonus necrotic strikes. Extra attack, I'm pretty sure I don't need to change that. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Yeah, they kind of got rid of the commas for some reason. Or did I add those? No, they got rid of the commas. Alright, but I'll keep them. Her equipment should be roughly the same. I don't think I really need to change anything. I mean, aside from her weapons and her armor. Proficiencies are now updated. Languages are basically updated. Yeah, so she would have started off with Drowic, Drow Sign Language, and Undercommon, which is, what do you expect from a Drow? And then the bonus languages from quote-unquote training. Abyssal, Yotunavar, and Faerun's Commenton. The actor feeds updated. What else? After foes or protection. Yeah, that should be it then. Bind style would be a Paladin Smite. Yeah, skills should be updated. Ability scores are updated. Saving throws are updated. Hit points are still the same. Experience points are still the same. Still calling her Blackguard of Lloth. So I just update her Channel Divinity, Divine Sense, Control Undead, and yeah, the new Abjure foes to replace Dreadful Aspect, Aura of Hate. So just basically just keep that one as is. Supernatural Resistance, yeah, definitely keep that one as is because that's probably the simplest one here. Yeah, so she still has Elven Accuracy. She still has Actor. She still has Medium Armor Master. That's all been updated. And yeah, instead of having Drow High Magic, I'm just going to give her Ritual Caster, largely for the Charisma boost. Let's see. Double check the skills. Yeah, Deception, Intimidation, Perception, Religion, Stealth. Yeah, that's still the same. Yeah, so I think in that case, all I gotta do is update her spell list again. And then that should be it then. Oh, right, except I gotta change the name of the weapon. Breastplate. Well, I can do this at least. Got the A, got the E, ST. That's convenient. And then a lowercase p. Otherwise, though, I don't think I need to change that. Alright, take care, Daniel. Yeah, because I'm going to try to finish this up. Yeah, I might as well actually crack open that PDF for the new Dungeon Master's Guide. There it is. Yeah, they got the back of the book on page 4, so that's kind of... This really screws... Is the cover art all over again? Or am I just going backwards? I'm going to have to fix this PDF a bit. Oh, where's magic items? I know it's usually towards the back, right? Here we go. Magic item resilience. Crafting magic items. Actually, I should probably look this one up. Magic item special features. Artifacts. Okay, magic items A through Z. Wait, what the hell? It's missing a page. 220... 222. I mean, unless that was like a full page artwork, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. A magic item is at least as durable as a non-magical item of its kind. Most magic items, other than potions and scrolls, have resistance to all damage, so half. An artifact can be destroyed only in some special way, otherwise it is impervious to damage. Learning how to destroy an artifact usually requires research on the completion of a quest. Okay, so the reason why I want to look that up is because Quintessa has a spell that can drain the power of a magic item, which is actually kind of a very commonplace in earlier editions. So there's nothing that says I still can't have that, you know. Alright. What the hell is that? Alright, here we go. Adamantine armor. So, this suit of armor is reinforced with adamantine, one of the hardest substances in existence. While you're wearing it, any critical hit against you becomes a normal hit. So I just got a capitalized critical hit. Now let's look up the Cloak of Elven kind. Cloak of Billowing. Elven kind. Alright. While you wear this cloak, let's see, while you wear this dark spider silk cloak, wisdom perception checks made to perceive you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks. Wisdom perception checks made to see you have disadvantage. Okay. And you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks. So I can take off made to hide. And I can take off with its hood up. While you wear this dark spider silk cloak, wisdom perception checks made to perceive you. Made to perceive you. Have disadvantage, and you have advantage on dexterity stealth checks, as the cloak collar shifts to camouflage you. It also grants you resistance to fire damage while you wear it. Pulling the hood up or down requires an action. Oh, look at that's not it. No, that was not anything. I should have double checked. I think resistance is capitalized, isn't it? Oh no, it really is missing page 21. We're going magic item creation. Oh dear. Yeah, so resistance gets capitalized. And I think so with the F and fire damage. You have resistance. Okay. Oh, I gotta go back to boots of elven kind. Here we go. While you wear these boots, your steps make no sound, regardless of the surface you are moving across. You also have advantage on dexterity stealth checks to rely on moving silently. Okay, so aside from capital A for advantage, I can basically just keep that the same. Yeah, I'm not really going to earn a whole lot of space if I just keep, or if I take off as the cloak's color shifts to camouflage you. Checks and rely on moving silently. Yeah, that should be okay. Let's see, what page do they have for poison? Yeah, they actually changed the name of this one. Page 90. 88, 89, 90. Alright. Simple poisons. Lloth's Stain. Okay, a creature subjected to Lloth's Stain must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or have the poison condition for 1 hour. A creature subjected to this poison must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw will be poisoned for 1 hour. If the creature fails to save by 5 or more, the creature also has the unconscious condition while poisoned in this way. So, yeah, it's the same thing. Just instead of just calling it Drow poison, they just call it Lloth's Stain. And it's still an injury poison. Okay. Oops. So, oh. I didn't think doing this would be so exhausting. I don't know why it is. Maybe I should have exercised earlier. Could have given me more energy. Alright, well, with that done, let me go with the Menzoberranyr spelling of Lloth. Well, I don't want to copy it just yet, but a creature subjected to Lloth's Stain must succeed on a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or have the poison condition for 1 hour. If the creature fails to save by 5 or more, the creature also has the unconscious condition while poisoned in this way. The creature wakes up if it takes damage or if another creature takes an action to shake it awake. Ugh. Alright, so some extra words, but otherwise the same. And yeah, for anyone who's curious about the spelling, apparently in some of the early Drizzt novels they misspelled Lloth, and while they did correct it later on, they decided to canonize that by saying it's a local spelling, like a local dialect. So let's go for the second edition Menzoberranyr book. Okay. The worship of Lloth, called Lloth in Menzoberranyr, as in some other Drow cities, and as she will be referred to in the rest of this set, hence why there's like 226 searches, dominates Menzoberranyr life. There seems to be no higher purpose in the lives of most citizens than to rise in the service of the Spider Queen, until she claims each life in turn. Yeah, so with Lloth worship, Lloth, you get the idea. So yeah, being that Variolus comes from Menzoberranyr, that's why I spell her name quote-unquote wrong. Oh yeah, portable hole. That's right, I can just copy that from Quintessa's sheet. Yep, there we go. And the art objects, I guess technically Unholy Amulet would be capitalized, but aside from that, though, I can't think of anything. So I should take care of her magical and expensive equipment. Oh, in that case, actually, 11 vials of Lloth's Stain. Yeah, that would make more sense. Lloth Stone. Oops. Yeah, valid perfume. Not for floor plan. All right. Actually, did I capitalize adamantine dagger? No, I didn't. All right, I'm not gonna bother with that then. Adamantine breastplate, adamantine elven curved blade, adamantine dagger. What about holy symbol? Because Quintessa has one. Unholy amulet of Weejas. I'll just leave that as is. Unholy amulet of Lloth. Drow house insignia, faction insignia. Okay. Yeah, I think that just leaves up to have to redo her spell list then. At least with regards to first level spells. So that's done. Feats are basically done. Skills are done. Background's done. Ability scores are done. So she needs 6 ritual spells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then she gets 2 from her Blackguard class. 1 from Magic Initiate. 1 for being a Drow. And then Divine Smite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 11 if I get rid of this. Okay. What? That's the wrong book. Where's the clerics at? I think it was like page 70 if I remember correctly. Yeah. Cleric spell list. So I'll go with this first. So detect magic. Detect poison and disease. Purify food and drink. And that's it for clerics. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's... Divine Smite. Drow. What was it now? Fairy Fire. Magic Initiate, so that'd be Bane. And then we got Hellish Rebuke and Inflict Wounds. Do druids have anything interesting? Detect magic, detect, same thing. No, they also got speak with animals, so... Would that work with giant spiders? Let's see. Cat is a tiny beast, camel's a tiny beast. Giant spider's a tiny beast, so... Let's see, page 318. For the duration, you can comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts, and you can use any of the influence action skill options with them. Most beasts have little to say about topics that don't pertain to survival or companionship, but at minimum, beasts can give you information about nearby locations and monsters, including whatever has perceived within the past day. I mean, yeah, I guess it would make sense if she has the ability to speak with spiders, so... can do that. And speak with spiders. Yeah, speak with animals. Oh. Purify food and drink. Detect magic, detect poison. Guess I'll just go with... Do bards have anything? Comprehend languages? Maybe? Detect magic. Identify. Illusory script? Probably not. Speak with animals. Unseen servants? I mean, maybe. I can see her having that. Yeah, maybe comprehend languages. Especially since she basically is kind of a diplomat. Oh, that doesn't really help. She would need a ton spell for that one. What do we got for taking a wild guess here for wizards? I don't know. That'd be after ranger. That's sorcerers. I think it's warlocks. Alright. Alarm? Probably not. Comprehend languages, detect magic, find familiar. I mean, that would be interesting, having like find steed and find familiar. Identify, illusory script. Oh yeah, she's not gonna have Tensor's floating disc. Unseen servant. I mean, yeah, I could maybe do that. So she had like a big spider and a little spider? Maybe? Find familiar. Yeah, go with unseen servant. Okay, what do I get rid of here? So, take away command. Take away cure wounds. Let's see. Take away shield of faith. I don't know what I just hit. I guess it was nothing. Alright, so let's see. Bane's taken care of. Fairy Fire is taken care of. Divine Smite's taken care of. Although, let me borrow that superscript R for ritual. So detect magic. Now that's done. Let's see. Hellish Rebuke, inflict wounds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bump this up. Detect poison and disease. Page 262. Purify food and drink. So first, do this. Actually, wait. Before I go too far. Yeah, let's do that. Find familiar. Because Quintessa's got that anyway, so I can just copy paste. Oh, that's right. I actually added an extra space because there's like room for like 4 digits. I'll mess around with that later. Find familiar, hellish rebuke, inflict wounds, purify food and drink. Speak with animals, so that's on 318. And then I'll just copy paste unseen servant. Oh dear, not the kind of copy paste I want. And that's on page 336. Let's purify. So no cure wounds for her. I'm sure she'll be fine. 310. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, and then take away Find Greater Steed. Won't be needing that anymore. I could probably replace it with something else, but I'll think of that later. Let's see. So that means I gotta take something off of this list. Yeah, maybe Shining Smite. Let's see here. Find Steed. Does that still require Did it require material component? I know Find Familiar does. No, just verbal and semantics. So page 272. Yeah, I guess that should be it then. I mean, aside from adding the ritual caster designation. Okay, how about I do this? Cleric. Yes, that should be good enough. Alright, so let's open this up in the browser. I can't really think of anything else. So I did her skills, did her weapons and her spell casting and whatnot, and similar class features. Proficiencies, languages, actor feats, equipment's done. Update her basic class features and feats there. Update the subclass features. Still got the racial feats. The racial feat from Xanathar's guide. That's still there. Updated trance, more or less. Updated magical equipment. Updated the spells several times over. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think I'm done. Alright, well, I mean, hey, at least I actually did get through an entire character update in one stream. You know, took a while, but I really didn't rant all that much. I don't think I did, so yeah, because, you know, Quintessa is my favorite D&D character overall, but Variolus is definitely one of my favorite 5th edition characters, and I think she actually is my is cleverest a word. She's become my most cleverest name, because as I mentioned in the description, Variolus comes from latrodectus Variolus, the Northern Black Widow. Because again, you know, the Drow belong to a evil matriarchal theocracy that worships a dæmon-queen with spiders, so yeah, I figured naming her as a Black Widow would make a lot of sense. I can't think of anything else. I'm gonna call it a day. Alright. So, with that said, thank you for everybody who stuck it out this long. I know, it's not really the most exciting of streams. I probably should try to find some, like, light music I could play. Like, some sort of free... I'm sure there's gotta be, like, free fantasy music on YouTube or whatnot I could download. I'll figure something out. But, thank you everybody who tuned in. Thank you to Anthony Andrews and Courtney Springer and Tizwaz1112 for the financial support. I very much appreciate it. I don't want to speak anymore. I'm tired of talking. Take care, everybody. I'm going to try to go outside and maybe enjoy the warm weather if it is still warm out. See ya.